Okay. Oh, what sucks is that that's gonna taint the VOD. So my VOD is gonna have the same title. I wish it would go with the majority title instead of the first. Oh, I need to get water. Be right back. I forgot I had Beppis. I had Beppis right here. Hooray! I have Beppis. So I turned my my main desk 90 degrees. So I actually finally have I'm able to actually like access the parts area. There's just like a big blank area over there, so I can actually like get in there. That's gonna be weird in the future, being able to actually get to my own parts. It's still a little bit constricted, that area, but what's up? Not much, not much. Let's see. I need to make you guys smaller in all the scenes, right? We'll go with significantly smaller chat everywhere. Smaller. There you go. Chat's little itty bitty chat. Little itty bitty chat. Yoink. Man, you guys are sub-caliber size. Oh my god. How chat is immensely teeny. Oh my god. You guys are too. How big is chat overall? Oh my god. It's 10 millimeter. You guys are a centimeter. Oh boy, how are we gonna deal with that? Well, it's for people with 1080p screens, I guess. This camera seems to be calibrated nicely. My face cam like fought me today. It didn't want to calibrate. I'm like this close to having a sore throat, by the way. So hopefully I feel better by Thursday's stream. But yeah, I'm just kind of feeling it. I don't know what the deal is. I think a lot of allergens are being dusted up right now because all the leaves are falling. And so about 10,000 people with leaf blowers have descended upon the neighborhood here. This tiny FPGA. Stiletto, hey, thank you for the what, 11 months? Damn, dude. How are you? Thank you so much. Appreciate the sub. I gotta get the circuit boards. Oh, did Discord crash? What's going on? Did it die? Bitrate's okay over here. My internet doing good. I'm still in Discord on the other computer, so weird. Goal plan? What the hell's that? Yeah, it looks like something's going on. Yeah, new board on the wall. But it's not active yet. We got to do stuff to it, and I'm hoping that by the end of Wednesday I can have the Axis cart ready to print, so we can put together the new hot end. I'll need to make a new diode carrier and everything too. We'll use the same lens because that's good, but hopefully I get slightly better cooling. Man, my throat is bugging me today. I must have slept in my lungs or something. I don't know. I do tend to snore like a friggin', you know, beached whale, so when I do that, I don't realize it. I can inhale like an entire duvet. No, I didn't have all the mead. The mead also unsettles me for sleeping, I guess. Because I had literally had one glass of it. Ow, man. Laser diode board, I don't want to misplace. Hey, St. Wiggly, 38 months. How's it going? Yeah, I think Discord just died. I just verified on this machine. St. Wiggly, I would have mead for you, but apparently the mead tastes like vinegar. It tastes like apple vinegar. Green apple vinegar, like tart. Tart. I'm gonna try to carbonate some of it, but the taste testing did not go well. It did not go well. Those are parts that we need to work on at some point too. Those are for Octogay's foot pedal. I gotta build another one of those. I don't know if we'll do that on stream or not. We'll see. Oh my god, look at all this crap. What is it all? What is it all? What does it mean? I gotta get stuff done, man. It's been too long without getting anything done. Now it's salad dressing. I mean, hey, maybe it could be a good ingredient in the salad dressing if it didn't make me fart so much. I don't know what's up with that. Maybe the sugar? It's just like a flatulence potion. I don't know. I'm pretty disappointed. I don't know. Maybe it's the yeast is like a year old, more than a year old at this point, but it's been kept in the fridge. I don't know why it was so good at making it before, and now it just kind of like whiffed. Discord's back up. I don't know, Fat. Last time you said it wasn't in there long enough. Which one is it? Because the yeast has a full life cycle in there, so it should get in there, make the alcohol, and then clean up after itself. And I feel like all those esters are the bad thing. When it's done bubbling, the yeast is dead. But I mean, that's literally what I did. Once it was done bubbling, I racked it. That's the procedure that I did. So yeah, I don't know what the deal is. I'm annoyed. I think maybe it didn't do too much. I think it didn't do the right stuff. I should have a long, meaningful talk with my yeast. As it begins to turn, it will become darker in color, start to froth. Those things start to occur. It means the cider is undergoing fermentation. It'll taste more like vinegar. Cider just becomes unpleasant tasting and slightly more alcoholic. Does apple cider go bad? Technically, no, but the cider will slowly transform into a more acidic tasting beverage. Maybe it was just too long, huh? It really didn't seem like it was that long, though, you know? Homebrew talk. Fermenting cider from a local farm. Mix 2 pounds of dark brown sugar and some honey into it. Threw it into a carboy with some liquid cider yeast. Oh, see, that's a different recipe. That sounds good. Boy, did it ferment. Check for gravity. 1.2. Smells and tastes like vinegar. Way early to even be thinking about tasting the cider. You're not even done fermenting. The taste could be a sign of oxidation. I don't think I oxidized it too much. True vinegar taste won't get better. It's caused by acetobacteria. Bacteria that eats the alcohol turns into vinegar. If you've used an airlock during the process, though, that's not very likely. That's what I did. I sanitized an airlock. Cider does not taste very tart, especially when very young. Turns out free cider was free because it was contaminated with wild yeast or bacteria. I don't think I had a contamination though. Maybe I did. I don't know. Maybe the old yeast is the problem. But these are like packets that have been well stored. Uber? What the hell is Uber? Using sulfites or... I didn't use Campton on this, but I didn't use Campton on the good batch last year either. 2 years ago. Maybe if I do a full boil next time. Yeah, because maybe there was something else in there with the apples. I saw your other post about pitching dry yeast directly into your cider. No offense, but I suggest that either you buy a book or read more on these forums before brewing. Wow, I fucking hate forums. I hate forums. That is just acidic. That is toxic right there. Okay, so their debate now on the home brewing forums is not why the apple cider ended up being vinegary. They're now arguing about pitching yeast directly into the carboy. Just because one person was pretty toxic. So acetobacteria probably got into it, huh? Balloon is an airlock, turned into vinegar. First thought it might age and get better, only to get worse. It truly tastes like vinegar. Dump that crap. Damn it. 25 bucks wasted. A Pelf wine recipe calls for pitching dry yeast. Folks on these forums have successfully brewed over 15,000. That's all it is now. Everybody's just attacking the one toxic person. Yeah, so a buddy of mine was here yesterday, and we tried some of the cider. I have some of the, like the other, it's not visible right now. It's actually right off camera. But the stuff that was in here, the stuff that we didn't even try, probably shares flavors with the other mead, but the other mead, the one that was in the wide mouth carboy, we tried, and oh boy, it tastes like vinegar. It tastes like horrible apple vinegar tart, green apple vinegar. It's bad. I think I'm gonna have to dump it. It was the stuff that was making me fart. I had to get another set of taste buds just to verify that it was in fact bad. I'm gonna force carb the stuff that was in here. Maybe that turned out better. There's no cross contamination between the two. So if it was bad yeast, it could be that. These are all apples that are from the same orchard, from the same product, from the same company, bought at the same store at the same time. So if there was acetobacteria in that, it would be in both. So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe my whole batch is bad. I don't think it was the amount of time between what happened. I mean, most of what the people on here are saying, it's basically acetobacteria. Ran a slightly different vinegar problem with one of my ciders. Here's the history. I started 5 gallons fresh pressed cider that I ground and pressed. See, I didn't do that. I bought mine from the store. It was pasteurized. Added 1.5 pounds of honey and 0.38 pounds molasses. These people are adding a shit ton of sugar to their... Maybe I should be doing that. Adding honey and molasses to the fart juice vinegar. That's basically what it is. I don't know what it is about my gut biome that loves that. I did five Campden tablets. See, these people keep using Campden on it in order to make sure that the only biologically active thing in there is the yeast. Let it sit for 48 hours, pitched my cider yeast, let it ferment for 7 days, then racked it into a yeast cake from regular cider. This guy's getting crazy. 7-day MLF, let the cider do MLF, I don't know what the hell it is, for 7 days and then rack the secondary. Let it sit for 3 weeks, then moved it to a fridge to crash and chill it. Okay. Let it sit for 3 weeks, huh? Draw off a couple cups of cider, heated it to dissolve 1.75 pounds of sugar, back to sweet cider, blah, 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 blah. I did not boil it, it heated enough to get the sugar to dissolve. Cooled and racked on the keg, kept it in a water bath with ice bottles. Jesus Christ. Only 2 days, it was very tasty, and a lot of my friends really enjoyed it. Here's where my problem starts. Jesus Christ. He just tells the story of like an incredible, what, malolactic fermentation. Okay. Only had a few bottles left, wanted to save them for a while. Been bottled in the cellar for about 8 months and started turning into vinegar. Okay, so this is like an age problem. Let's get enter these into a home brew contest. Oh no. Blah, blah, blah. That's the last post, is this guy posting about his problem with it being too old. Damn it. So the leading theory is that there's some kind of like bacteria, acetobacteria, that got into it. Common spoilage bacteria converts the alcohol in your beer into acetic acid. What cleaner and sanitizer are you using? I'm using Star San. Yeah. So maybe better sanitary processes. Keep in mind the bacteria could have come with the fruit fly. Apparently just one is enough to spoil a batch. Holy shit. Could also be a bit young. My Apfel wine was a pretty damn tart. Still is, but more palatable 4 weeks into a cider. Oh, more palatable. 4 weeks into a cider is pretty early for sure. Try again in a few weeks and see how things have gone. So that's what I can do, is I can just wait. Yeah, a fruit fly apparently is enough to kill your brew. That's odd. Yeah, if you add pure sugars and stuff into it, then you will up the alcohol content, and that's what you do for like a double or a triple. Is you just literally just pour sugar into the brew to give the yeast more stuff to eat, and when it has more stuff to eat, it'll produce alcohols and esters, and then it'll eat the esters and produce more alcohols, and then you get more and more alcohol until it's inhospitable for life. Metabosulfite. Sodium metabosulfite. I don't know. I just spray everything with Star San. That's it. Generally, that's good enough for my purposes. But yeah, maybe it's maybe you gotta wait. Vinegar can only happen if air gets in. That's why you keep the fermenter topped up and well sealed. Test for vinegar is a sniff. It has a strong smell. I might have to do a smell test. I'm hoping that this batch is fine. There's some droning in the background. The leaves have fallen around here. Fall is all over the fucking place now. All the leaves are changing colors here in Pennsylvania, and that means that 10,000 people with leaf blowers have descended upon the neighborhood, and they will make their way back and forth among the houses here over and over again today. There's no one time that they will pass by that window, which means I can't do anything about it. I can't switch to a scene. I can't mute for a little bit. I probably will have to close the window at some point, which is why I've got the fan blowing on me and everything like that. But yeah, it's just that 'tis the season, you know? Yeah, using Camp Den tablets is one thing that I could do to keep other stuff out. I mean, maybe that's just the thing. Maybe it's just store-bought is the reason it has a slight vinegary taste. Rotten egg smell? That's definitely gone. That's bacteria. See, they keep talking about oxygen, but the only thing that I did is, I mean, I poured the stuff into the carboy and I didn't aerate it when I did. I thought you're supposed to aerate it so that the yeast is something to eat. I didn't aerate it though. I just poured the shit into there. What's interesting is my experiments with adding stuff at the beginning of the brew, like maple syrup and stuff like that. I made a double that had a special maple syrup in it. You couldn't taste it at all. And people who said they could taste it also said they couldn't taste it before I told them that it was there. So I went around to the party like, hey, try this out, have a sip. I'm like, oh, that's really good. Like, yeah. Wait a little bit. So can you taste the maple syrup in it? And they're like, oh yeah, yeah, I definitely thought I tasted a little maple syrup in it. It's like, oh, nobody went out of their way to tell me that ahead of time, because it just wasn't there. There just wasn't any flavor there. The yeast had eaten all the sugars. The sugars took with it the woody flavor. So yeah. Sour would be okay. Vinegar sour equals infection. No apple flavor strange. Lack of sweetness is to be expected. Ba ba ba. Oh god. People use balloons as airlocks. Just get a regular airlock. They're cheap enough that you can fall over them. Scratch your arm up. in Borb's style, and it had 2 frames that it flipped between. And the first comment on it, I gotta rewind this because we're gonna run out of music. The first comment that I got on it was, you should turn that into an NFT. And then a couple people agreed, yeah, you should NFT, turn that into an NFT. But it's like, who's going to manage that? Who's going to enforce that? What is that? And I'm just like, no, like, just no. I'm not gonna do that. Because what do? You sell it to somebody so they can make an NFT out of it, and then your image becomes somebody else's profit making. It's stupid, right? It's real dumb. I mean, I guess everybody's trying to become like the leading thing to come out of the market, right? So they're all trying to become like, you know, the Bitcoin of Bitcoin, or the pictures of lions and shit. Yeah. What was the conspiracy theory about art being money laundering for rich people? Because they can donate the art to a museum, and they just paid their friend to like slap some paint on canvas. I wonder if NFTs will take up that role. Yeah, laundering money from stupid people. P.T. Barnum. fooling his money. Should we get to work? Should we get to work? I don't feel like doing work today, but we're gonna do work today because once I get into this, I think we'll have places to go with it. Trickle up economics. It's more like water gun economics. Ah, you fired water from the rich people to the rich people. You got it all over the place. Clean that shit up. I just hope people haven't been unduly suckered into it, because that could lead to some sad stories. That could lead to some sad stories. When I won the Reddit Millionaire Makers contest, the thing that netted me enough cash to buy a slightly competent miniature mill. That thing that's sitting right over there, right? So I bought that thing with all the money. Oh boy, the amount of sob stories that came out of nowhere. People like just talking about all of their problems to you in the thought that maybe you'd give them money as a result. It was weird. People just started talking about that kind of stuff with me, and I'm like, I don't know what to do, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you. It's not even, it's not a life-changing amount of money. I bought a mill, a big piece of metal that I put in the corner of the shop, right? So, pretty crazy. People and their money, you know? If you give them an opportunity, some people will... Yeah, it's gross. Selling a bunch of NFTs of the BTS2 image. Oh no. I don't think I can sleep with myself. I couldn't go fuck myself if I did that. I mean, I couldn't sleep with myself. I couldn't sleep at night doing stuff like that. Because it's like, you could do anything. This is an NFT now. Please pay me money for this. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna take part in that, you know? Nice piece of wood in the background. Yeah, I don't know if you know, I've been saying it on and off and on, mostly on, for a while. I went out to Lydith, Pennsylvania. Not that the location is particularly notable, but there was a place that sold live edge and epoxy tables and stuff. Shelves and things like that. So that right there is a piece of wood that was from some guy in Lydith, PA that has a shop that sells these things. And my friend and I show up, and he's like, so what are you doing with it? And I'm like, I don't know how much I really want to explain to this guy. The explanation ended up being somewhat like, it is for, what was it? I teach programming and stuff on the internet, and people can pay money to have their name etched onto the board automatically by a robot. And he's like, huh? And he just kind of left it at that. Like, yeah, all right. But he when he saw the board, he's like, well, it's unfinished. I didn't like seal it or anything. I'm like, exactly, that's what I want. He's like, well, I'll knock some money off of it for you guys. I was like, we both looked at each other. We're like, we didn't say a goddamn thing, and he knocked like $300 off of the price of this piece of wood. It was still a couple $100 though. But man, is that putting a lot of, yeah, I think I called it an art project too. Yeah, it's an interactive art project where art makes itself, I guess. But yeah, it's putting a lot behind BTS2's 0.5. So I wanna do it some good. I never said what the price was, and I'm not going to. You guys can speculate about how much over what it means when I say it cost hundreds of dollars. You guys can make you guys can speculate, right? I guess it is AI based. AI random function X, random function Y. AI based art that takes words from thousands of people to make one image in a 4K scale. It's actually more than 4K, I think. Hey, Double Walrus, thank you for subbing. Oh, I see you've noticed my wood. Look at you, you're up on the board. That's as close as you're gonna get for a little while, but your name will go into a list of names, aka a database, along with St. Wiggly and Stiloto, who also have subbed today. This one's 7 months. Thank you so much for the 7 months. And St. Wiggly with a prime for 38. Holy shit. Stiloto clocks in at 11, which is also impressive. So what's going to happen here in order to keep there from being like a rush for people to get on the board first, because that happened last time and it wasn't fair to some carbonation. It wasn't fair to some people, right? Because the subs just come up every month, right? A Bridgewater, wouldn't you know it's a board? You can't keep getting away with these fucking puns. Every joke out of that person. Even their username is a bridge over troubled water. Damn it. Thank you for the 15 months. 15 months, that's a good chunk of time, like I was saying before. I'm just trying to keep Dewey down. Dewey got on the board last time first, and my buddy Gunnier tried to get on the board first, and he was like a millisecond too early, whereas Dewey got name number 1, and so he had to redo some of the subbing process or something like that in order to get on. It was crazy. So anyway, one thing that I'm trying to do with this board was, thank you for keeping me back on track, Fat. What I'm trying to do with this board is keep there from being a rush to be first. So like the months, it has been months, hasn't it? Oh God, I gotta work harder on BTS too. Hopefully we'll get hardware done by Thursday. But anyway, what's happening is that all the names that are going on the board are going in first, right? All of these names between streams are the names that go on first, but they're gonna be shuffled. So it'll be, everybody has had more than a couple months to sub and get on that list. And so, you know, you're in a running to see who's the first person or the second or the third or whatever. You have just as much chance to be the 15th person on the board as you do the first. Yeah, I'm not going to do tiers on this one. Different tier subs aren't going to do different things. But if you sub to the channel, your name goes up there, same size throughout the duration of the board. If you gift a sub, it goes in a single line font, which will be a bit smaller. No, the EQ's not done. No. We found out that the analog circuit, we might as well get started now that I'm done explaining that. But I'm purposely not baking in weird special features, like if you do a tier 3 sub, your name goes up there larger. I don't want to do that. You know, I feel like the tier 2 and the tier 3, I like them. I like the incentive of them as a more genuine personal thing. Like, I want to contribute more to this person's channel, not, I need this emote, so I'm going to pay money for it. That's cold. But I guess, you know, Amazon knows their psychology, so whatever, they do what they want. But, you know, that's just me. I know people do enjoy the tier 3 emotes and the tier 2 emotes. I gotta work on those too. That at some point I'm gonna get the bug. I'll want to do some pixel art, and I'll have to make some cool emotes. Yeah, I want tier 3 to be all money theme emotes. All right, let's get Metro out of here. He popped into the Satisfactory stream, which was pretty cool. Pause. Start soon can go away. All right, how's everybody doing? We were talking earlier about not the mead, the hard cider that I've been trying to make. Hey, Stiloto, 11 months. Hey, look at that. Wait a minute. Did you just sub earlier? Wait a minute. Oh, tier 3. Holy shit, dude. Stiloto, I was like, wait, I thought I already said Stiloto. Stiloto subbed at tier 1 and now has also subbed at tier 3. Holy shit, dude. No, your name is not going to be larger on the board. You're just simply supporting me more, which is significant. I mean, those tier 3 subs, man, that's awesome. I really appreciate that. Oh, did the hat get cut off in the chat overlay, or is it? It is what it is. What do you mean? Anyway, yeah. Well, actually, you know the reason behind that is because I dropped the shadow, and so it's probably the same as the shadow. 5 points closer to an emote unlock. Yeah, there you go. I think we're pretty far away from an emote. to be honest. I think maybe when the board goes live again and there's a little bit of hype behind it, more people might show up. I might get more subs. But I remember when I first partnered, I looked at it and I'm like, holy shit, this is a long way away from another sub there, from another emote. I'll check at some point, but we're not gonna do that right now. Yeah, anyway, we were talking about the cider that we tried, and it was vinegary, and we're not sure why. Probably bacteria got into it and made it shitty, or I need to wait a little longer, so I'm gonna try that. Talked about how dumb NFTs are, and we talked about the board, because I had a bunch of subs, and Stiloto just upped their sub to tier 3, which I really appreciate. But yeah, the subs that are going up on the board are all going to be the same size, and they're going to be random. So we'll have to see how that happens. We got to start putting that software together. I need to finish the hardware for the board. Now, we did Fusion 360 last week. Excuse me. We did Fusion 360 last week, and I'm close to being able to hit Control P and have the entire hardware of the hot end. I call it the hot end. It's not really the hot end. It's the laser, the laser carriage of the board to be done. Everything mounted in the right place, right? That's what I was trying to say. Man, my sentences are just friggin' getting scrambled by the end. They're all loaded up in my brain, and I get halfway through saying it, and then it just scrambles. Anyway, so we're close to getting the hardware done on the board. That means that we need to get back into Python. I don't remember how to Python. I haven't done it in a little while. So that's going to be interesting. We need to make software that A, puts all those names into the database scrambled in terms of time of entry. We need to make the code that's going to do the board artwork. I need to build an entire program, and this is in reverse order, by the way. I need to build an entire program that will allow me to use an Xbox controller and a very dim laser to outline the live edge of the board and define that as an image that we can then process and turn into a mask. The mask is just a very big black and white image where it's comparing names to locations of names, right? It's all this stuff that gets loaded up into memory when the board does the work of placing a name. So time to backseat Python. God, it's terrible. It's like I've invented a specific form of IDE that few have been able to experience, which is the Twitch IDE. It's the live viewer IDE, which tells you about any error as toxically as possible, even before you generate the errors. Not even as you're typing. It's like 20 minutes beforehand. They will toxically remind you of the error that's going to occur. Coding on Twitch is very interesting, and it's the only reason I know Python is because of that IDE. It's very weird. Are you going to do full in on the integration tests and unit tests this time? I probably should do, and I don't call them that, but yeah, do it piecemeal and test out the individual components before I put everything up live. I think that probably should be something that we do. I already have a bunch of the programs, a bunch of the tools that I need in order to run that. So yeah, it's the Twitch IDE. Put Python in the stream title. 500 people come into the chat, not even wanting to say use X library from ZStars. Yeah, I don't get that many viewers from saying that. Man, I would love to get 500 people in here, even if they are toxic. Anyway, Fatanon would pull all of his hair out, though. Do you accept code contributions? That's a careful subject, and it's tough because I have had people specifically program modules that have helped me, but at the same time, I've had people try to take over the project, which is not something that I'm going to allow. This is my project. I appreciate help where I don't know what I'm doing. It's tough. It's really hard because sometimes I'll just be prickly about people contributing things, and it's not fair. I don't know. It probably has a lot more to do with how polite they are about contributing stuff. But again, I've had programmers come to me and say, "Hey, Bother, I would love to do this project, with the board and stuff." Like we had people do like board visualizers, and they'll get 95% of the way through the project and then just disappear and completely vanish. And then I don't know what they're doing. They have all the code and it's all under their name, but like there's no follow through on that. They just wanted to work on something interesting. So it's tough. It's a tough thing. And ultimately it comes down to me. I'm the one who has to do all this stuff. So yeah, I don't know. But you know, hey, if I've been prickly about backseating, I apologize in advance. If I will have been, oh boy, we're getting into pluperfect future past tense or something like that. Anyway. This stuff. What are we doing with this stuff? Well, this is my audio project. So what I'm trying to do here, what's up, FPGA? What I'm trying to do here is put an EQ filter in my microphone pack, right? So I'm trying to take the audio from my lapel microphone and process it so that it's manageable. What happens when I don't have any audio processing on my microphone? Well, unfortunately, I end up sounding like this. This is my microphone without any processing on it whatsoever. I don't think you guys want to be able to hear that noise. So I put two different filters on my microphone, and the key one, yeah, well, the quietness, you're lucky, because otherwise you'd be able to hear like a lot of different weird stuff going on. The key process to this is the EQ. That's what's highlighting the frequencies of my audio and making it bright and rich. And then the compressor is, of course, making sure that when I talk quietly, it has punch behind it still. So I'm able to mumble about what I'm doing in electronics, and you guys get a reasonable amount of volume from my talking, right? And then when I start getting shouty, your speakers don't explode and attack you. So, some people, we're not, ugh. The amount of stereo microphones that resemble ears on Twitch is disturbing. So anyway, this level of audio processing comes from experimentation. This comes from experimentation, and I sat here and recorded stuff by moving bars up and down and listening to what sounded best. Now that I've got these values, I would like to be able to plug my lapel microphone into my mixer. My mixer doesn't have exactly this. It doesn't have a multi-point EQ. The compressor isn't a graph that I can make again. I mean, I could punch the numbers in. Maybe I can get the compressor close, but no, I'm not talking about the Blue Yeti. I'm actually talking about literally the microphone looks like a pair of ears, and people are fucking like licking it on Twitch. It's madness. The Blue Yeti is an expensive piece of metal. That is it's bad. It's bad. You can spend the same amount of money on an actual studio microphone and get much better performance out of it. No, because the Blue Yeti costs too much for what it is. You can take that money and you can buy actual good studio gear. Just buy the microphone that Charlie uses. Moist Critical. Just buy the Audio-Technica AT2020 USB mic. You plug it into your computer and boom, there you go. You got a good mic. Just don't shout into it because it doesn't have a compressor or anything on it. Yeah, there. Or Copper says, yeah, the $100 microphone is a very large market. It's a large market. You can get a lot of good stuff. And the AT2020 without any processing took me a long way into streaming. You know, I only replaced it with a lapel after several years. I feel personally targeted. If you bought a Blue Yeti, I'm sorry. Yeah, the mixer that I have is a Rodecaster, and that's what I've been using for streams. It's got the de-esser in it. I still haven't tuned that up though. I don't know. I'm having trouble getting it to sound right, and this is part of this stuff that I'm doing right now is part of that struggle to get my audio to sound right. I would like to be able to plug this microphone into that mixer and use that mixer as the all-around audio source for everything, right? So that I can turn stuff up and down and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? So to get this level of audio processing we went to the venerable Elliott Sound Project's pages. Elliott Sound does a lot of different stuff with analog audio. Analog audio. Analog audio is cool because it'll take you back to the old days of electronics, right? Take you back to the old days of electronics. You'll be using vacuum tubes before you know it. It's cool because you can get near professional sounding gear from your chutzpah, from your ability to follow a project and tune it and get stuff together and build it. And that's exactly what I did for this microphone. So when I actually got this guy hooked up, realized that my audio sounded like what you heard earlier, and I was able to hear this, two beard hairs scraping together. That's when I got into the filters here, and I ended up fixing my audio. But the problem is, these filters are VST plugins. They run courtesy of Twitch. Sorry, courtesy of OBS. If Twitch ran these things, they wouldn't work. These run courtesy of OBS, and the problem is, when I pull in an external source, it goes through these filters too. So what I'd like to do is wrap these filters up into my microphone pack and turn it into a bit of a sound altering amplifier kind of thing. So we started to experiment a little bit with the analog audio. I tried to make a graphical equalizer, which is where you have all these filters that are looking at all the audio at once, and they pick out the frequencies that they're going to either enhance or diminish, and then they put them all back together at the end. We kind of got this working, but it didn't really do all that much filtering. Probably could do a little bit more with this, but I went over to the one that actually uses op amps, which is the parametric filter. And the parametric filter takes all the audio in. One op amp is tuned to it. It takes a look at the frequencies and goes, I want a little bit more of this frequency. And it'll enhance it on the output. And then it goes into another op amp that does it again and again and again and again. So whisper down the lane. So we had dual op amp circuits that had a filter on each side. We got all but one of them working. And unfortunately, the ever-present electrical gremlin hit this one. I have no idea why it doesn't work, and my work in putting in this thing together is so sloppy that it's very difficult to figure out what the hell happened. I found all kinds of problems with it. I never really got it working, although I didn't spend any personal time on it. Usually when I spend personal time on these things, a lot of the problems with it will become readily apparent because I don't have the pressure of these guys. See, look at that. They're already mad at me. They're putting tomato emotes in my stream. My stream? Tomato emotes? How fucking dare you? No, it's I don't have any qualms about other emotes. I prefer to see other emotes in my chat. I love to see where you guys come from in all the emotes that you use. So it's cool. I don't understand the hang-ups of some streamers, man, where they don't like, fuck, there's one of my own emotes. It's disgusting. Yeah, see this? Look at all this. There's so many streamers on the platform. I just love seeing it. I don't understand the obsession with like brand and everything being a certain way, and I don't know. Some people have hang-ups. God, the teats emote always creeps me. I'm always like, what the fuck? It's Rob Oz emotes. All right, so anyway, what I was talking about is our efforts in building these circuits. Now, the op-amp circuit seems to be really good at doing equalization. It's actually a really good circuit. And I was able to, in sort of the engineering clevery kind of way, inject the frequency that matches the frequencies that I have tuned over here. So the EQ over there is, you can just move these. I don't know. So over here in this equalizer, I'm able to just move around these points, and that'll alter what frequency is being filtered at what gain level, right? And there's multiple points in there. See, I was thinking of using like Ableton as my audio interface, as like a live audio interface, but they don't allow you to have as many adjustment points, which is weird. That's why I came to the conclusion that I would be doing this with analog electronics, which is more fun anyway. But like, so those frequencies don't necessarily have to be exactly in those positions, right? What I did is I actually looked in the program and it told me the specific frequencies. So I took those frequencies, tuned up my filters using math. The power of math. God, the Djibouti emote always gets me too. The power of math in order to figure out what components that I would put into these circuits in order to do the filtration on those frequencies. And then I have the adjustment piece to do the gain at those specific frequencies. So we actually got this thing working really, really well. This thing worked really, really well for 2 of the circuits. And I was able to take that frequency that I had tuned it for in there, inject it into here, and look at the effect of it on the oscilloscope, increasing the gain. So we looked at the input versus the output with that frequency going, and I was able to tune it to amplify just that frequency. And if you took it on a frequency sweep, you would see as it swept frequencies, it would have like a bell curve effect, because it would get up to the frequency that it was specifically supposed to touch, and then it would come back down from that. That was cool. That was really cool. That was like pure, just like mathematics in effect. Unfortunately, we then ran into a big problem, and that big problem occurred when I hooked up 2 of the circuits. So it turns out, and I kind of saw this on the horizon, but I had expected that my audio equipment would have been a little bit more generous about these things, because in my travels, I've read a lot of documents that aren't Elliott Sound about what's called phantom power. No power source on this thing. I didn't want to involve any batteries. A lot of the times with the lapel mics, they'll put a battery in it. You'll have a little coin cell battery or a little tiny 12-volt battery in there. I didn't want that. I don't want to have to buy batteries. I don't want to have to recharge. One of the big things about this is that I don't want to have to recharge anything to get my setup working, because I could have been lazy. I could have spent $140 several years ago to get a wireless mic pack, and I could have just been using that. And I probably wouldn't have had the good filtering EQ, and we would have gone down a different path. Everything would have smelled a little bit different. You know, the butterfly effect in full focus. Maybe NFTs wouldn't have been a thing if I didn't design my own microphone pack. But anyway, that's what I did, right? I didn't want to have batteries in this thing. I didn't want it to just be a transformer. I found an Elliott Sound project that turns phantom power into good audio. So what it does is it takes the 48-volt phantom power, which is, because what is audio in electronics? Yeah, it was my fault. I did it. The rainforest. Audio in here is a voltage level. It's a voltage level in reference to ground, and it is a positive and negative AC, alternating current wave, right? If you mix that with the DC power signal, you get an offset AC wave. So you get a referenced DC wave with an AC wave on top of it. So instead of going positive and negative, it's all positive, but it goes that same amount, positive and negative, from the original signal. So getting a little tricksy with that, phantom power was invented in order to power microphones and give them a little boost. So we've got 48-ish volts sitting on the 2 lines, and then we have a differential audio signal on those 2 lines, so that you can take that differential audio signal, you can take the difference in the waves as long as they fight one another, and you can pull out an actual analog audio signal from that, what you can then, produce and sell to kids and, make a new trend, but whatever. So that differential signal on those 2 lines is important, and then the fixed DC signal on the 2 lines is completely filter outable, but can power stuff in reference to ground. So we have in the mic pack a little circuit that deletes that wibbling audio from our power, and then vice versa, we have a little circuit that takes that power, what with the extraction of the audio on it, powers our microphone, amplifies it, and then poops it out onto the differential levels on top of that DC. Well, the Focusrite 2i2 is the one that is the piece of equipment that I'm using in order to create that phantom power. And unfortunately, all right, Copper, everybody knows you know more than everybody else on here. Copper likes expensive audio gear. This much is clear. Oh yeah, the other part of the thing is that actually building a circuit board was a hell of a lot cheaper for me to get near studio level equipment than actually going out and buying it. Studio equipment gets very expensive very fast. Anyway, so we've got a whole circuit that is powering my mic and putting audio back onto the line, nearly 1-for-1 from the very nice microphone that my friend sent me. That's all powered by phantom power. And so as good as that is, I was like, cool. From the stuff I read, phantom power can be something like 100 millivolts in terms of the amount, milliamps in terms of the amount of current that is available to power stuff. And I'm like, 100 milliamps is like a lot, right? That's crazy. I got plenty on there. And then I read some other stuff that said it could be a lot more than that on phantom power. Well, it turns out each of these op-amp circuits takes 4 milliamps, and we are of a phantom power spec that's just 10. It's just 10 milliamps. So 2 of these is 8, and we still need the same op-amp that powers the filters to power the actual amplification for the microphone. So, unfortunately, we've run out of power. If we are to do what I want to do with the circuit, our power limitations are going to be very much restrictive. Having multiple extra op amps is no bueno. That's not going to happen now. That won't work. We ran out of current. The voltage level dropped, and it wasn't able to do its job anymore. See, one of the brilliant things about this microphone is the amount of gain that it has possible. I could strap this microphone to like a jet engine, and it would still be rendering clean audio, even though the other pieces of the equipment would have a big problem with the amount of current that it was putting in. But the gain on this microphone is spectacular. Like I could be shooting guns in here, and well, no, that would actually peak it. But you know, like when I use a power tool, all that audio is still there. It's undistorted. It's all the equipment that I'm using that's keeping it from being from clipping in when it gets digitized, basically. More op amps in a single package. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't have a today command, sorry. I literally am explaining everything from the very start right now. You're gonna have to rewind the VOD like 5 minutes in order for me to get to the beginning of this, because it's a very circuitous explanation. Okay, here it is boiled down. I have microphone, filters attached to OBS. I want microphone to plug into mixer. We need an equalizer that is in the mic. So, here's the deal. What I'm thinking of doing is using an FPGA in order to perform the task of all the filters that we have. FPGAs are extremely powerful little devices. Actually, typically they're pretty big. Alex, thank you for following. An FPGA. Oh boy, what is an FPGA? Well, it doesn't have to be an FPGA that does the filtration. I happen to buy this as a Kickstarter, and I have not had any use for it yet. I just went, oh, look at the form factor of that thing. That's really cool. This is the tiny FPGA BX. This is a $40 microcontroller platform. Well, not microcontroller platform. It's a $40 FPGA platform. See, FPGAs have a particular advantage to them. Heard FPGA and had to follow. Yeah, this will be my first foray into FPGA stuff. You see, we don't have to use an FPGA here. We can use something. I actually reorganized this bin, by the way. My micros bin. Actually reorganized this bin in anticipation of this friggin' stream. So anyway, we can use something called a microcontroller in order to alter this audio. You see, in electronics, analog to digital converter is quite an important thing. But I could use a microcontroller, and there's actually a little like online like block lab thing that you can use in order to do all of the different audio filtration stuff that we want to do with this. See, what I would like to do, and the way that we're going to get in under the phantom power current and still be able to do all of the filters, because this is just one of a couple filters that I would like to put into this project. What we can do is we can use an analog to digital converter and a digital to analog converter. So if we do that, and hopefully we have enough current for it, we'll have to. That's today. Today is figuring out whether or not we have enough current to actually run both of these on phantom power. What I can do is I can take the analog signal and I can turn it into ones and zeros. And then I can pipe those ones and zeros into something that's smarter than me and you. Mainly smarter than you, but also smarter than me. I can pump it into something that's smarter than us And then that thing can pump all those ones and zeros back in an altered state. And then those ones and zeros can become wibbly waves again. So instead of using the power of math in order to make an equalizer, we're going to use the power of digital math in order to make an equalizer. Yeah, phantom power is related to actual ghosts. So, the reason that I would want to use an FPGA on this, a couple different things. First of all, this is a teensy 3.2. That's like an early one, right? Teensy 3.2 or whatever. This would make the project very easy. I've seen Danny Phantom, I know. Oh my God, there's a lot of new people today. I'm the only one that can really see it, but I got like a wall of people who've never chatted before. That's really cool. What brought you guys here? I'm always curious about that. Anyway, oh, can mods see it too? Can everybody see that nowadays? I don't know what the features are. Yeah, anyway, so the reason that I'm doing an FPGA is multi-tier, right? How close did you get with the circuit? I think the circuit would work. If I had enough power to power all this stuff, I think I could get exactly the same tune, at least in terms of EQ, that I have on the microphone right now. It's just too much power, and it sucks because it's too much power by like a couple hundred milliamps. So I was going to design that whole thing to go in here and have it be phantom powered. If I put a battery on that, yeah, I could probably do all the EQ filtering and stuff that I wanted to. It's not a terrible amount of power to power this stuff. Or the other alternative was I could build something that would inject my own phantom power that would have enough current to go through everything. I know Fat was pushing that one, but I don't want to have more stuff that I got to plug in. I don't want to have you know, like a DC power cable that I got to plug in, or an in-between that I have to plug in order to run this thing, or something to run it at line level. I mean, look, if it was an ideal world, I would love for my setup to be a bunch of vacuum tubes in a telecom rack. Then I'd have all the vacuum tubes glowing and humming in order to bring you the warmest sound that you've ever heard. But, you know, whatever. Trying to keep it simple, right? So if we can lower the amount of power in this thing, we can get it done, right? No, I don't want to spend a bunch of time going into something that is not going to, you know, this is the sunk cost fallacy. Look, I've done all this work to get the analog circuit running. If I just solve this one extra problem and turn this thing into more of a mutant, then I can move on to other stuff. Now, I still need to vet out. I'm still building up all the vetting stuff, right? You know, this EQ, I don't like it. It might use less power, but it didn't seem to have enough control over the frequencies. This EQ, I like it. It has enough control over the frequencies, but it's too power hungry. So now we're going to look at this EQ, and we're going to see if the process of digitizing my audio is going to sink all the current away. Now this is an amplifier, so this might use a little bit more power. The FPGA, the DX, uses 1 milliamp, which is insane. I don't know what the teensy does. We're not going to try that because it's too easy. So you guys got to know that some of the decisions that I'm making, there's Flatulent Gonad. There's the other person that could actually help me if I decided to turn my entire audio setup into a bunch of vacuum tubes in a telecom rack. I would really like to do that, but those fuckers are like $20 a piece. And they break if you cough on them, as evidenced by this one. I was sitting at my desk with my little vacuum tube amplifier going, and I coughed, and a little piece of phlegm went, I watched it, it went, and it just went boop right onto the side of the vacuum tube, and then the glass cracked, because there's a heater inside of these. They're like light bulbs. It cracked, air got in, it created a plasma bubble. My right side audio went for a little bit, and then poof, dead. $20 for a cough. Yeah, thermal shock on the glass. Yep. So, that goes through a lot of the decisions that I've been making, and you can tell that there are some childish decisions in there. I made some childish decisions, which I know is completely anathema, right? You guys are like, that doesn't make any engineering sense. I'm going to leave a comment about how Bother needs to think about it this way, or do the thing that I think. Listen, it's my project. I can make childish decisions. I'm not under a board of review, you know? As long as the stream is entertaining and you guys have fun watching, that's the only feedback loop that I have. Twitch just like sprinkles a little money on me and it's like, all right, you do whatever the fuck you want. And I'm like, yeah, I will. Exactly. So yeah, I've decided to go FPGA. Why? Why would you make this decision, Bother? Why in God's name would you decide to use the most friggin' masochistic piece of electronical technology that we have available to us today? I bought this on a Kickstarter and I want to use it for something. The thing about the tiny FPGA is it's open source, it is powerful as frig, and it's an FPGA. You keep saying that, Bother. What the hell is an FPGA? I know microcontrollers and I'm an artist. All right, so the difference between these two chips right here, they were built very similarly. In fact, the tiny FPGA was built pretty much as an analog to the teensy. I mean, look at that. They're built to go on a solderless breadboard so you can dick around with them and make cool circuits and things, right? This is the one that you should buy. This is the one that you buy if you're a crazy person and you like wearing goggles in public. These are pretty crazy, right? FPGA is a good way to hurt your own feelings. What this one does is you load memory up onto it, right? You load all your ones and zeros up onto it. And this, like a very complicated piece of clockwork, will go through those ones and zeros line by line. And I mean line by line as memory address as memory address by memory address. So it'll click down, it'll clock through the instructions, right? One at a time, sort of shuffling those ones and zeros around, doing math on them, writing some stuff, copying some stuff. It'll do your homework, right? But it does it like a complicated march of clockwork going from thing to thing, memory address to memory address. And it does this at extraordinarily breakneck speeds. It goes through these instructions so frickin' fast that you can have this thing go off and do another thing and come back and only microseconds will have passed. And we've gotten to those breakneck speeds before. We've programmed these things in that sort of parlance at those breakneck speeds. But again, you might have noticed, it fundamentally does things step by step. If you have a process coming into this that is sort of asynchronous, it's not exactly on like clock timings and stuff, and this thing isn't looking for it, it'll miss stuff. So it can turn its back on what's going on in the real world and then turn it back and look and not notice that you quickly hit a button. It's actually a shitload faster than that. You can have it go through an extremely complicated program and you'll still be like, I'm hitting the button, while this thing does like all of your math homework at once, right? This thing can do a lot of stuff before it comes back. But let's just say, like, theoretically, if I push the button, it might miss that. And so you have things called interrupts on this that'll allow it to act as if pushing the button. But if all I'm doing is turning on an LED when pushing the button, this thing can do it instantly. And I mean instantly. Well, practically instantly. We're really splitting hairs when I say practically instantly about this thing. What this is, what an FPGA is a field programmable gate array, a functional programmable gate array. I forget which one it is. Anyway, the point is that this is an array of physical gates. So you have a logic gate, which is basically something that says, hey, if I have a 1 here and then I have a 0 here, make that a 1. Or if I have a 0 here, these are all the logic gates. And you can look them up if you want. You can get circuits for them. This is just like a little e-ruler that I have that does some logic gate stuff. So if I do like an AND gate, I have to have line A and line B at a logic level high in order for the output to be high. Now, the thing about logic gates is you can put logic gates together in a variety of different ways in order to make decisions for you. And turn stuff into stuff. You know, you talk about the number of gates that are in a processor, in like a computer processor. These are the rocks that we tricked into thinking, right? So functional or field, I forget which one it is. You have to be in a field to use them? Yeah. I gotta go out to the fields today to program my gate array. This thing has billions of those little guys in it. I don't know exactly how many. It's got a lot of them in there. Bother, you said it has billions, but it's actually 75,000. I don't give a shit. The point about this thing is that it's a bunch of logic gates. And if you saw, logic gates simply react to their inputs. And so if you have a system that's made up of things that only react to their inputs and immediately produce an output, this thing is fast as hell. This thing can do a lot of complicated processes just sort of innately. And it's a different way about thinking. It's a different way of thinking about your electronics, right? Instead of thinking about something performing one instruction at a time and having to boot up and figure out what it is and load up memory addresses and load up variables, you have something that instead reacts to its inputs in a particular way and produces an output based on how things are arranged. It is a different way of thinking about problems, and it is torture. This sucks. I'm gonna have a real troubled time getting this thing to do what I want it to do. Before that, though, we need to give this thing the data that it's going to be performing with, right? Right? So this thing needs to be able to get the ones and zeros in order to rearrange them into the structures that we need to have them come out as. And so that involves our digital to analog and our analog to digital converter. So I need to take my audio, get it to the right gain, as in the right voltage level, that this thing can look at that signal and turn it into what's called I2S, which is inter-integrated circuit sound. I2C is inter-integrated circuit. I2S is sort of an offshoot of that is inter-integrated circuit sound. It gets weird out there, guys. That's what these two chips are. I don't know how much current they use. I don't know. What I'd love to do is be able to plug this directly into here and have my audio just flow through. What might end up happening, though, is we might be able to, we might just take the teensy audio tools and just throw them onto this thing so that we have something that'll generate the clocks for both of these. I haven't looked at the data sheets for this yet. This is like a first-time playthrough in a game, right? This is like a first-time playthrough, first run. I don't know how to hook this thing up to this thing. I'm hoping I can do that. If I can't, then I need to hook this thing up in the middle so that it can run both of these, because I just want to be able to get these running on this circuit. That's been something that I've wanted to do for a long time. I ordered these in October last year. I've been wanting to set this project up for quite some time. So yeah, let's break down the analog audio over here and maybe over there, and let's get our digital audio started. God, that was a long fucking explanation. Did I get through that? You can't expand it, like you can't add more memory for more instructions. It just has so many commands. I don't know what happens in an FPGA when you run out of like program space. But yeah, essentially, you only have so many gates to use in order to perform your complex function. When you run out of gates, you can't do anything else. So I can't add, I mean, I don't know. You could probably get, engineers are very clever about doing weird shit like that. So I never say never in this hobby. As soon as I say something definitive, somebody's going to come out of the woodwork. You know, they're just going to like upend a floorboard and be like, hey, bother, you can actually do that. I'm like, where did you come from, you little knowledge gremlin? Get the fuck out of here. And I stomp them. I stomp them back down into the floorboards. I'm like, yeah, hey, what the hell? I was just trying to be nice. I'm like, shut the fuck up. It's not nice. You're interrupting. Anyway, let's get all this stuff out of here. So I don't have room to work right now. I have my input and my output already ready. It's already ready already. So that's our microphone circuit, right? I don't want to perturb anything in there. Hey, bother, you used the wrong word. Oh, why are you stomping on me? We gotta hook these things up. So these are already like the form factor of those is good for breadboarding like this. And I'm hoping we can get something cool going with all this, you know? I'm hoping that we can. When you run out of FPGA space, you need a bigger FPGA. Yeah, that's right. Twitch actually uses more data on average when audio-only mode. There's an audio-only mode? I like that it's made a lot of recording artists and stuff actually think about the visuals that they're presenting. Because you can make really nice visuals very easily. Metronomic, like just put a camera in front of them. Well, I mean, he also happens to have like a pretty swanky place in New York for you know, streaming. You can take a look at the city while he's doing it, right? Pretty cool. But I like that. I like that facet of it. Yeah, John B has done some amazing stuff. John B is like just had a friggin' party, as is John B. The man is just a walking party. His stream is insane. Yeah, Gonad is a big fan of his. I am too. Man, I love John B. I was introduced to him in the early 2000s because I was on the internet back then. The rest is history. There's a lot of Flash animations that introduced me to John B. But he does some crazy stuff with his. It's just like he's just like having fun with it, right? I love it. I love it. I love that kind of stuff. All right, we're breaking down the old circuit here. Be free. Be free. Run around with your people. He used to live near you? Oh, that's cool. Hi there, Johnny. You want to touch my hair? He's like, please stop talking to me. I'm just trying to buy milk. all these jumpers. Oh man, I don't know if I'm putting them away. I don't know if God, I think I need to just buy a new jumper kit. Luckily, we're going into the digital age. We're entering the digital age, which means that we don't need to care as much about hundreds of different jumper circuits. That's a big capacitor. Yeah, it's living rent-free in my capacitor box. Like skeleton animations. What am I doing with old resistors? I don't really have a section for them in here. In here, I have a section for surface-mounted through-hole abominations. Oh, I guess I just dump them into a location and hope for the best, right? Let's grab them out of here. This is my method of creating, like when I don't have a through-hole thing, I just use the female socket that I accidentally bought that doesn't fit anything, and I use them as little through-hole adapters for my surface mount electronics. Yeah, I guess I could just throw them out. It feels wasteful though. I'll just put them in with these. Put them in with the LEDs so it'll confuse me at a later date. Get these two. Now these transistors, I want them to end up back where they need to go. So I'm leaving them on the board for right now because I need to find where that bin is. It's in the drawer full of bins. So, like those round sockets for jamming chips into, they're good and tight fit. Yeah, I guess they're good for like through holes. Like if we did something with 7400 series logic. I still need to build that drum machine for Julian. There's a drum machine, and I think all the files are on GitHub. And it was basically a drum machine that was only logic chips. So there was no software. It all just ran on logic. I think it took a lot of it, though. Yeah, I got to build Julian more musical equipment. I'm not sure when he's going to be on at this point. I'll have updates later in the week. But yeah, we've been flipping back and forth on the date that where he would be available. So I still got to work on that. We've got all the parts for the project that he wants to do. I just need to get him in here. And I need to do a little bit of work too on that. I need to build the front face of this thing. I'll have to do a printout and like glue it to a piece of plexiglass. Maybe run from there. This is the virtual ground. I can move that. Virtual ground. And then we got our input and output monitor over here. It's a little bit dense over in this section. It would have been probably better for me to build like a little PCB adapter that had this whole part of the circuit on it. It was nice to be able to plug that in though and have you guys just listen to what I'm talking about. I don't know. I bought them a while ago. I don't know what I don't even know what to search anymore. I'm sorry. I don't have a good source for you for those female sockets. Yeah, it was all 7400 series logic to make a drum machine. I'll have to look that up. Because I do want to make that at some point. All right, so here's our circuit. So if I take this and I plug this into phantom power, as I am wont to do, well, see for yourself. Right, I forgot. I undid the resistors that did the audio level in. Hold on, let me do that real quick. Sorry about the pop. Tweezers. I need to just rearrange this little cut, because I cut off audio to this thing for testing. I should just put a little switch on this, huh? That'd probably be better. Anyway, that was just for, that's just for cutting stuff off. Hold on. So this is what it sounds like, and it should sound just about the same. This is what it sounds like with, there's a little less gain out of this one for some reason. This is what it sounds like with my audio going through this entire circuit. So right now, all of the audio stuff is being done to this. All the stuff that I built into this. Pretty cool. This is our basis. This is where we're starting. Here, I can turn on the O-scope. You guys will see me talking. Carmo, thank you for following. Any minute now. Less gain, more static. Yeah. No, I don't know which one it is. It would be nice to get the gain figured out. The search terms are useless. I'll have to figure it out later. Whoa, look at how noisy that is. Holy shit. Where's all that noise coming from? I mean, we put filters on the lights. If I turn the lights off. Oh, geez. It's still coming from the lights. Yeah, my lights are a little bit noisy. We did some work to make it not like that. A little bit of work. I mean, we're looking at 50 millivolts here, which is extraordinarily sensitive. So, unfortunately, noise is still going to be a thing. But since it's common mode noise, at least it's getting filtered out properly. What's going on here? Okay, that was a pointless alert from my glucometer. All right. So yeah, this circuit right here is producing my beautiful dulcet tones. It's just a bit hairy sounding. Yeah, it's going through a solderless breadboard, so I mean, you know, all kinds of weird shit will happen if I just wiggle the cables right. You know. Hey, listen to me, it's me, oh bother. My audio is totally clear, isn't it? Listen to how clear my audio is, man. It's super duper clear, not noisy at all when I push the wrong stuff. Yeah. Anyway, so I can't mess around inside of the circuit without producing some bad noises for you guys. But the whole point is, I've got a frequency generator over here, which was just a very cheap little kit that we did one Friday. Got a frequency generator over here, and I can plug it into the input, and we've got it tuned to approximately the same gain as the lapel microphone. So when I inject that signal into here, we know approximately what gain it's running around in, and we can then hook it up to our I2S stuff. So let's get started soldering. Let's do a little bit of soldering, and let's get our analog to digital part of this thing worked out. My only concern is that the Class D amplifier on the output is going to overload something because I need to have it come in at a certain gain so that one of the op amps can flip it and then make it into the opposing signal that will then go back into the rest of the stuff. I don't know how I'm going to be able to tune that, but let's get started at least. Let's just get going with this, and we'll see where we get to. For that, I need the lights on, so I'm going to unplug myself from this microphone. But bother, what about, hey, get back down onto the floorboards. All right, so, lights. Boop. without the lights on, it got really cold really fast. I'm like, whoa, I'm actually kind of cold. Whoa there. All right, let's get some of these boards. We need some headers. And we need soldering iron. Cool. Not on. All right, thermal camera. Because we're soldering, why not? Father, why do you have a thermal camera? Why? Why would you do this? Eh. Properties. Oh, I need to... Why was it not activated? Eh, did it like unplug or something? What's going on here? Oh, there it is. There we go. I don't know, I get like people asking why I have a thermal camera, and it's like, why don't you have a thermal camera? I know. It boggles the mind. Ah, it's off by one hole. The remainder header was off by one. So get these up. Pop off the end piece. Let's get some soldering done. Ow. Owie. Ouch. Jeez. That thing fought. Owie. Oof. Ow, my bones. Okay. Get in nice and close so we can see what's going on. Why are those so warm? They really have no excuse to be warm. Is it just because I was handling them, I guess? Screens are like the worst thing to have to replace because they're so specialized. I don't know how like normal engineers running around in their little environment on their hamster wheels and stuff. I don't know how they end up with a like what screen should I use? Well, I found this one at the bottom of the dumpster. It has one data sheet and it's in Chinese. Yeah, let's use that screen. Like, I don't understand. Good way of testing for lead in solder. Are there like contact strips that you can use or something? There's got to be like tons of ways to test for lead because of like automotive lead, right? Maybe you can go to an auto store and find like a lead test. I don't know if that applies to liquid metal or not, but you know. So all we're doing here is we're soldering headers onto this thing, which just means that I'm able to plug stuff into it on this specific board. When I actually go to put this in a design, I'll probably have to design a PCB right off the bat. I won't be able to do a soldered through-hole board. These are sort of better chips to be doing this stuff with, so they come in form factors for things like cell phones and whatnot. The smallification of electronics is an ever-marching process, and we're just kind of trying to operate within that system. Oh, hold on. Dissolve in sulfuric acid. If it turns milky white, you've got lead. Interesting. Yeah, I know. It's the data sheets in their native language. I know, but like screens are so weird though, because it's like, man, how do you find any information on these things? Because like even in foreign language searches, you can run up with like nothing. It's like some guy just has like a 3-ring binder at their desk that has all the details of how to use a screen, how to use a particular screen. No, I'm not applying enough heat for long enough on the breadboard. Actually, I'm using the breadboard as a heat sink. You can't see it on this one because it's covering over the rows of metal, but it's actually there in order to bleed off some of the heat so that I don't end up distorting the through-hole pins. But yeah, I never apply heat for long enough to get to that point. I don't know, maybe if you're having that trouble, it might be that your iron is too hot. Too hot. I run at 650 Fahrenheit, and I'm better than you. I'm just talking. See that? It sinks out all the heat so that these things don't get melty and bend around. Do we want to hack tiny OLED screen? Yeah. Yeah, no, that's always gonna be a difficult thing to do because it was built inside of deep in a cave under the Earth's like almost under the Earth's crust where they keep engineers in a big gray cubicle farm, and the guy who's responsible for that data sheet is probably dead. They're still at their desk, but they're dead, and nobody's noticed for 25 years. Okay, there's that. 700F for some jobs. Well, for unleaded solder, that's not an unreasonable temperature. I think we were running like, no, we weren't running 780. Is that crazy? Is that a crazy amount of heat? I think that's a crazy amount of heat. We do run higher temps for unleaded solder. I don't really mind unleaded solder. If you got the iron hot enough, it performs just about the same. And I know that's a hot take, literally, but, you know. Now, does this have the output? I don't think this has the output on it. We got to look up these data sheets and figure out how to use these damn things. But yeah, the output is on those 2 pins, and I got nothing hooked up to them. I think the part that goes in there is somewhere else. Are they aligned? Are they aligned on the grid? They're not aligned on the grid. Of course not. Of course not. That would be too easy. Man, you know, like, sometimes you just want to win, and you can't. And you can't. You just can't. God damn it. Yeah, the unleaded solders are a little bit less shiny. All right, let me see here. So somewhere I have jumpers that I've already cut. But wait a minute, I soldered DuPonts to that. I'm looking for, like, I think I've got a set of these things that I've already cut, and so I wouldn't actually be wasting anything if I used them. I think. Might have gotten rid of them. I could just cut a regular jumper, though. I could do that. It's possible that I'm going to end up doing that. If it's not already in here. Ah! Yep, lost one. Where you be at? What's this? These are, well, there's one. That's not helpful to me at all. One is the opposite of helpful. Yeah, everybody was like freaking the hell out about whiskers, and it's like, none of you are operating in that environment. None. Not a single one of you. Engineers just love to bitch about everything they can. Dang it, I got one red wire. I don't want to cut a black wire because I use those more often than not. Like, this is more valuable than the other ones because it's a ground wire. I use a lot of ground wires. So if I just take like a random alternative color one and just snip it, that's too long. It'd be great if I could just find another one that was subject to these experiments. God, my ears feel like they're full of water for some reason. I've had that for like a couple days now. I think I just need to like get actual restorative sleep, because I've been just like, I don't know. I must have snored really badly last night. That's probably why I have a partial sore throat. I'm not finding the wire that I really would prefer here. All right. Well, no, this one's a DuPont. Take like one of these. All right, white wire. Time to die. Unleaded solder is a pain in the ass for big SMD components. Takes ages to desolder, even the full board preheating. More flux? Yeah, I don't know. More flux, better control of the air around you. I don't know. You probably already know all the solutions. All right, and then I'm just gonna make just a little output thing. Yeah, hot air stations solve a lot of issues, huh? Also create a lot of issues, if I'm honest. They both solve and create many of the issues of modern society. We live in a society. All right, let's get this soldered, pre-tinned. All this equipment is getting a lot cheaper too. Well, it had gotten a lot cheaper, at least from where it was back in the 2000s, you know? This stuff is so much more available nowadays, which is great. What's the mode is that? Oh, it's a Dave. I like Davey's streams. Dave 5005, Dave Seuss. Dave Seuss. His streams are chill. Although usually I'm waking up way too late for him. Doesn't Dave have like a degree in chemistry or something? All right, so I'm just doing these like this. Just let them stick out. Stick straight out of the holes. With positive and negative on their correspondingly color-coded wires. What did I do? Huh, that was weird. I think the solder poked through a little bit and partially welded itself to my my perf board, which is weird. And the whole thing just like went over like that and then stuck itself down. All right, so I've attached all the little bits and bobs to these two things. We've got the tools at our disposal to run them through our audio system. Now what? Well, there's a couple things that we need to look at first. I need to open up a data sheet for these, and I haven't done that yet because it sounds a little bit too much like actual work. What I'm really hoping we can get by the end of the day today is an actual bit stream coming out of one of these things that we can observe on the oscilloscope. That or an explosion. If something explodes, I end up on live stream fails, and that's usually a net positive effect. First, let's look at the ADS 11 billion and 5. ADS 11111111111115. Father, why do you say so many ones? Whenever I talk about the 22222222222222 transistor, people are like, why do you say so many twos? It's like, because I'm funny. Like, I don't go away. please justify everything that you do, please. Thank you very much. What's the ADS 111115 gonna do? What it always does. Was it 4 ones? 3 ones. 2N222222222222222222. The ADS 1115. Let me tell you guys, this is so weird because I don't have anything over here. I moved the desk that was right next to this thing, usually like rounded out my view of the area, and now I've just got a blank wall over there. And I may do more like wall control hanging stuff over there, but like for now it's just like there's just like a blank wall right there, and it's weird. I'm very used to my setup because I've been using it for, 5 years of streaming, and not having the desk right there is weird to me. I'm getting used to the desk rearrangement. I've moved it 90 degrees because my life is so boring that this is apparently the most exciting thing that I can do is rearrange my desk a little bit. That's how boring my life is. All right, so what is this thing? 16-bit, 4-channel Delta Sigma ADC. I don't know what any of that means except for the fact that 16 bits is a lot of bits. I don't think we have to go up to 32-bit for this audio. 16 bits is a lot of bits. I think we're going to get all of the clarity that we need out of my voice with that many bits. The number of bits it's related to the clarity of the audio, because what you're doing is you're turning a voltage level into a number. When you do that, you got a little bit of a fuzzy like area that specific voltage can reach. You could go a little bit higher and a little bit lower. It'll come out as the same number. The higher the bits, the more precise those numbers are. So
Yeah, that is a toy shotgun that I was going to use the stock for to put on the Bug Assault. But it's flimsy and the stock is too narrow, and so it's going to be a difficult retrofit. 860 SPS. I don't know what that means. Yeah, so now I have this airsoft SP something 12. Damn it, I forget what it's called. Fuck, whatever. Anyway, reading data sheets. Wide supply range of 2.0 to 5.5 volts. Well, shit. We need 5 volts. We have 10 volts running on this thing. We need half of our voltage. So we're going to have to put a voltage regulator on this part of the circuit for our digital audio stuff. Low current consumption. That's what we like to see. 150 microamps. That's like nothing. We got 1 amp for the FPGA and 150 microamps for the ADC. The DAC, the digital analog converter, is probably going to take up the lion's share of the current of what we're building right now. So we have something in the realm of 100 milliamps to deal with. So this thing isn't using anything. It's good. Programmable data rate. 8 samples per second to 860 samples per second. Single cycle setting. Internal low drift voltage reference. Internal oscillator. I don't care. I2C, great. So wait, it's I2C, it's not I2S. I was told this is an I2S. Programmable comparator. I'm gonna burp. No, I'm not. Yeah, I am. Am I? What's going on down there? No burp. Burp. No burp. What? What are you guys talking about? Oh my god, you guys. You guys are make me tear all my hair out. I don't know. Maybe I'll need to find a better one. Can you burp on command? No. I don't, listen, I'm not fucking around. My stomach. I'm not fucking around on my stomach. I'll end up spitting acid on somebody like a fucking alien monster. Portable instrumentation, battery voltage, current monitoring, temperature measurement, consumer electronics, factory automation. So this might not exactly fit our needs. We'll take a look at this one and see if we can get it running. Well, I might need to look for something that's a little bit more audio specific in order to get a decent amount of clarity out of this thing. But we'll just try it. Yeah, because I specifically looked for an I2S A to D. Maybe I got this as an instrumentation thing. What are the other ones that I have? Because I do have other boards that have ADC stuff on it. Maybe that's the problem. Because I specifically ordered stuff for I2S. I don't think I would have done that poor of research, but hey, maybe. Maybe so. Maybe so, maybe so. Yeah, ADS1115. I wonder if I bought these as D to A's for the load cell. No, the only ones that I have are the 1115s. I don't think I have another A to D. Unless these are. What are these? I don't think these are I2S though. No, those are digital potentiometers. Digital potentiometers. Well, I might have to order something then. What are you? SC16S blah 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 blah. This actually might be it. Hold on. Let's take a look at what this is. Pluck. Plop. SC6. I think I looked this up. Oh, you know what? This is a no. Never mind. This is an I2C to SPI bridge. This is a weirder, more complicated circuit. So yeah, that's not the right thing. I did look for this. I guess our ADC isn't exactly an audio thing. We can identify something though, and maybe I could just try to send send waveforms out of the other end. Because yeah, the only ADCs I think that I have are these boards that I bought. Unless I ordered something and I'm unaware of it, which may also be the case. But I have looked through all this stuff before, and I don't think I got anything here. What is that one? Just a chip isn't going to be enough. Darn it! Well, this is the way we look up data sheets, huh? Let's see if we can identify something that I can order, and then we'll roll from there. We'll just do the rest of the circuit, because yeah, that's not gonna. It's more of an instrumentation thing. If you've got like a signal that's coming in, you want to digitize it. This stuff, like audio, is not really in here, right? 860 samples per second. PGA offers input ranges from 256 millivolts to 6 volts. Yeah, so this is not. We're talking. Our signal right now, as it stands, is in the range of 50 millivolts. So, yeah, this is not... This isn't really going to show up on there. All right, so I need an analog to digital converter, and I need it for audio. So I2S ADC. 4-channel. I do not need that. TLV 320. Hold on a minute. I feel like I have this somewhere. I'm gonna burp. Hold on. There it is. That was deep. That was the language of the ancients. TLV 320. I feel like I've heard of before. I don't think I have it, though. No, that's not defeated by power consumption. That's defeated by the specifics of what this thing is designed to do. I don't know what got into me, why I bought three of those boards. Let me just do a little cursory search for any kind of ADC stuff that might exist in here. This should probably go in that one. I don't really think I've got anything, because these are voltage level converters. This one is a servo driver, weirdly enough. It's like a really old... You guys can't see what I'm doing. Hold on. You guys can't see what I'm doing. This one is like from a long time ago. It's a little servo converter, I think. From Pololu? I don't remember. Put that away. Let me see here. I don't think I got anything. Unless it's in a different drawer, like one of the drawers over there. But I don't think components like this are going to end up in those drawers. Let's just see if we can find anything. Maybe we'll just rage quit today. Is that what you want, chat? It seems to be what you want me to do. I'll just go away. Yeah, I don't know. This I'm up Shit's Creek right now because I don't have any other D to A. Sorry, A to D. We could do the D to A part. Make sure that that's all ready to go. Yeah, I don't got nothing. There's a lot of voltage converters up here, and we need to search around in order to make 5 volts from our phantom power. That's one thing that we need to do. And I'm wondering if we need another amplifier circuit in order to put it back in. I don't think the FPGA unit does digital to analog. There is an innate D to A, sorry, A to D in the teensy if we wanted to do that, but well, balls. All right. So if we do use the teensy, we can have the D to A that's already integrated in it. I don't know how that's going to do for sample rates and stuff, but the FPGA board's not going to have that. That's why I was looking for a separate unit that I could plug in. What was this thing? I want to know what this is. I can't see any of the numbers on it, so. Dear God, it's even smaller under the microscope. Oh, it's an AT Tiny? Oh, it's a Tiny 87. Right. I bought like 3 of these by accident one time. I was gonna like try to use it for stuff, but I never got around to it. Yeah, that's a microcontroller. Probably not worth it though. I think you can put Arduino stuff on it now. I couldn't find a, back when I ordered them, I couldn't find a core for it. Where did those go? I don't know. Yeah, so I'm shit out of luck in terms of finding a analog to digital controller. Analog to digital controller converter. Because that's what these are, but these are for slower and more gainy signals, right? What are the capabilities of the teensy? Let's find out. Because I'll have to order something. I'll have to look something up and order something that'll do it. Teensy 3.2, I think it is. Development board. There he is. Beautiful. A-ref, A10, A11, multiple analog inputs. 21 analog input pins. CAN bus. I2S digital audio port. Core processor. We're looking at the sample rate stuff. Analog input. 21 converters. 2. That means it goes back and forth between all those 21 inputs with 2 converters. 13. 13 what? Bits. 13-bit. 13-bit is not, that's not very good. 3 comparators for touch sensing. All right. Yeah, so I don't know. We will be able to generate signals and put them into I2S with the teensy, so we could do that. And then I guess in the meantime, I need to look up some type of a chip that's going to actually do analog to digital at the resolution of audio signal. So I need an I2S ADC. Adafruit seems to have done that. Digital converter, WM872, PCM18 I2, stereo 24. I don't need stereo. What is TI just blatantly throwing a data sheet at my face, just randomly? PCM1801. Dual 16-bit monolithic. Yeah, I think one of them is going to have to sit idle, unfortunately. 64 times oversampling. Anti-aliasing filter. Single-ended voltage input. What's the output? 93 signal to noise. Minus 88 decibel. Dynamic range. Internal high pass. PCM audio. I don't think... Is PCM related to I2S? One instance of I2S in the entire datasheet. PCM 1801 supports 2 audio data formats in slave mode, selected by the FMT controller input. So the table 325 illustrates all the data format of application system. Cannot ensure an effective system clock prior to power up. Sequence is complete. In this case, if the I2S format, FMT is equal to high. So 16-bit I2S or 16-bit left justified bits coming out of this thing. Get a stereo channel for the fart box. I don't know. Yeah, so with I2S, you have a left and right channel clock that's part of the sort of the native language that it speaks. We dealt with the digital to analog converter when we looked at that. What was it called? It was the light bulb speaker that we took apart that actually made up the fart box. Well, it had the speaker that was included in the fart box, and we were looking at this stuff and then that Bluetooth audio format. But anyway, we would only be using one channel. You got all this stuff to worry about. Holy crap. I'll have to look for a breakout board for specific devices. I don't know how flat the audio output of this thing is going to be. Or sorry, how sensitive this thing is going to be along the frequencies, which they do have a chart of. That's pretty flat, actually. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's not terrible. Pretty flat. All right. Yeah, I'll have to find something that I like and use it. All right, you experts, stop it. Stop it. I'm going to spray, give you guys the scoosh bottle soon. You guys are driving me all over the place today. Man. All right, so yeah, all right, that's a little bit of a bust. Why don't I just get the perfect thing to use and use it right now? Because I don't have it. There's nothing, I don't have anything here. You guys ask why not? Like I have a huge justification behind everything that I do. I don't fucking know. I don't have all the parts. This just happens around here. So yeah, I can't find a an analog to digital converter. I don't think I have a board. Let me look in a couple bins here and just see if there happens to be something sitting around that does this. But I don't think there will be. I think the chances of us finding it in a random bin are fairly low. Fairly low. But I did kind of plan out this thing, and I'm wondering why I didn't get a better analog to digital converter. I don't understand why I didn't do that, because I did want to do I2S audio, and I thought I bought boards specifically to do I2S audio in both directions. But I found that A to D, I found that A to D, and I thought, oh, that's it, that's the one. So it might stand to reason that I actually did order something for this, and I just misplaced it. That's the other thought that I'm having right now. And there you go. That's the whole justification for every single thing that I've ever done. All right, let's just take a quick look. Ah, I have more relays in this bin. We could have done more stuff on relay day. Yeah, we need to do another Arduino Basics day. The big thing about this week that I'm hoping to get through is burn the subs and the actual hardware. I have all these mini drone fans sitting in this one. I don't know what to do with those. Do you think a fiber optic adapter has a D to A in it? An A to D? I don't think it speaks I2S. I don't think it does inner chip sound. What else do we got? Just like relays and stuff in this one. This whole bin could disappear, and I don't think I'd miss it. All right, let's get this one out of the way. Next. Well, this, unfortunately, although it's Adafruit, not exactly... Oh wait, this is a light sensor. Huh, that's cool. Why do I just have like a light sensor sitting all the way over here. Oh, and then I also have a vibration motor controller. This one here is a vibration motor controller. DRV2605L. These are the kinds of things that allow you to make like speaking motors, basically. I know if I throw the bin away, I'm suddenly going to need everything in that bin. It's true. This is true. Here, I'm going to get these things into the right area so I can remember that I have them, and maybe we can play around with them someday. Should have a day where we just like do random shit with all the different sensors that I've ever collected around here. I got all kinds of random stuff. It's the flow of projects, you know, the inexorable flow of projects winds you up with a lot of this kind of stuff. These weird weird sensors that you thought you'd use for a particular thing and you don't end up using them. Like these VU meters. I never ended up using those. I probably should find a project for them. We could put that on the computer. Put that on the computer and just have them happily moving around. They're kind of cheap though. Or these big vacuum tube screens that I've got. I've got no use for them. This is the driver for the VU meter. Yeah, it's not going to be anything that I want. That's for Raspberry Pi. Oh, I wish I knew that this is in here. Oh, well. We were trying to filter all the noise from my lights. Nothing else of use. All right, next. These are like the random bins. Hey, Cosmo Quest, raiding with a party of 17. How you guys doing? So, we've been looking around the shop right now, and we're looking for a digital to an analog to, I keep getting the wrong direction. We're looking for an analog to digital converter. I thought I had everything I needed to do what's called I2S, which is integrated circuit sound. It's a particular digital format. You see, we're still working on my microphone project, which technically, you know, my microphone works. Like this circuit right here is the analog microphone pack that I use in order to communicate with Stream, right? It's the lapel microphone driver. What we're trying to do is we're trying to turn that into a digital audio device. And so in order to do that, we need to take the analog signal output, turn that into digital, and then turn it back into analog. And that way, when it is in digital formats, I can use some pretty nice... Where did it go? There's an FPGA buried under all this stuff somewhere. There it is. I can use this fancy little FPGA to do all of my advanced audio filtration stuff very, very quickly. And I am this close to smacking chat on the mouth for being backseaty, but they're being good right now. But anyway, welcome to the stream. I know, the VU meters would have been really cool to put into something, but I just haven't done it yet. But yeah, I found one digital to analog converter, but it's like, it's not for the right stuff. So my thought is that I might have, because I had been working on this idea since I think October of last year. Before that, I ordered the analog to digital portion of the digital to analog portion of this whole thing in October. I'm gonna cough 1 sec. Whew, that was meaty. Anyway, I ordered the digital to analog portion of this whole thing in October of last year. So it should stand to reason that I have all the parts for this thing. Which means I probably should have found an analog to digital breakout board, but I don't know where it is. It should be I2S as well, but the board that I found was not the right thing. So we looked at the data sheet and I was like, ah, shit, this thing will not work in these, like, it won't do a good job of turning audio into a digital signal. So I don't know what to do. So I gotta find something that will. I don't know what to do. Probably have the parts somewhere. I even got like a hidden microcontroller from the days of old. The days of old. This one is not useful. Yeah, this is all like weird RF stuff that I happen to have. Weird RF stuff. Let's put that one away. I'm putting them back on the shelf as I go. Let's check this one. Actually, let's not check this one, because as soon as I take it apart, those USB plugs are going to go everywhere. This thing will expand. It expands to the volume of whatever container it's in. So I'll leave it alone. We'll come back to this one when I do more laser stuff. Basically, all that is just all my laser trash. All my laser trash in one bin. One big laser trash bin. Looks like I've run out of bins. So I don't think I have it. Unless there's something hidden back here where I tossed the D to A. But that's also where I found the A to Ds, so... all the garbage in the shop. I really need to rein this place in up here. I did at one point stuff everything that was sort of thrown back here into a bin, and then basically it happened again. It all got disorganized up here because I keep throwing stuff up here to get to later. No D to A's in there. Yeah, it looks like I'm gonna have to buy something. I'm gonna have to buy something, which is annoying and unfortunate. I really need to get my Stream Deck XL working too. I just had it kind of stuffed up here for a long time. For a long time. All right, so I'll need to find an I2S interface that I can use. Damn it! I didn't think I'd ordered the wrong thing, huh? What is back there? Is there another? Hold on. Let me just root around a little bit here. That's where I've been putting all my Velcro. Anything under? No, more wires. More wires and LEDs. Darn. Okay, so can't find what we need. Probably gonna have to order something. In the meantime, I just need something to generate I2S, and then I need to figure out how we're gonna run our audio signal into something else. As this exists right now, it has a 7.5 volt offset. Oh boy, how do we operate with that? I believe it has a 7.5 volt offset, and it's a couple like millivolts in order to create our audio signal. So if I find like a breakout, maybe I can find something good. Use a VU meter for the 5 and 12 volt rails of the computer. That'd be interesting. So I can do, this is where, this is actually an interesting thing right now. This is where SparkFun actually comes into fruition. This is where SparkFun has like a big influence on the stuff that I do, because right now the world is my oyster, right? I could look absolutely anywhere to find this digital analog to digital interface in order to create I2S that I can work with in the FPGA. But I can look anywhere to find this stuff, right? There are probably hundreds, I'm not going to say thousands, probably hundreds of chips that will do this job. That's why I'm going to go to SparkFun instead of DigiKey and see what kind of interfaces they have. SparkFun, Pololu, Adafruit, those kinds of places where you're paying a little bit more, but they sort of have their finger on the pulse. What is that thing? That looks cool. That's really cool. Little alphanumeric purple display. Oh my God, they got me with their marketing. Ah, okay. I2S. Cool, nothing. They don't have anything. It doesn't exist. That's the problem with going to these websites, because they'll be like, ooh, look at this. And then that's it. It's over. It has the high ground. Okay. Teensy LC. Oh, no. What do you know about the AD7705? Look. SparkFun I2S Breakout. This is the one that I already have. So this is the other side of that, right? Because it's a Class D amplifier. Digital to analog converter. Yeah, so you pump I2S into this thing, and that's basically what I've got right here. SparkFun is dangerous. Yes, SparkFun, Adafruit, etc. I'm gonna burp. You're gonna be typing in all caps? That doesn't add up. That doesn't add up, man. I don't know. I2S Breakout converts digital audio signals. All right, so we got that. Let's go back. Oh, okay. So your phone text is caps. I don't. Fat beat. It's retired. Fat. They retired your beat. Your emote. It's been retired. All right, back to I2S. So I'm looking up I2S, and I'm just looking for an interface that I can use here. Teensy 3.5. I have one of those. It's in a drawer. Crowd Supply, U-chip microcontroller. All right, so I think I need to add stuff to my search term because I'm not quite getting what I need here. I'm getting a lot of microcontrollers that natively have I2S. So I2S Breakout. and I'll add that, and it'll hopefully not do a damn thing about the results that I have. I have all the same ones, huh? There's a Raspberry Pi IQ audio DAC. No, I'm looking for a specific friggin' interface. What the hell, man? All right, let's see if we can figure something out here. I need to figure out what I'm gonna have to order in order to get audio into the FPGA, which is not an unheard of thing. It's a fairly common thing, right? Teensy 4. I actually haven't gotten a Teensy 4.0 yet, or did I? Do I have one of those? I don't think I have one of those. I'm having supply issues here. 9 degree of freedom breakout. This is not at all what I am looking for. Okay, so SparkFun, maybe not. Try Adafruit. I think pololu is going to be a little bit more tight to the stuff that I'm looking for, because they do a lot of robotics stuff. So unique DIY electronics kits. Yes, great. That's great. All right. And so we're going to look for I2S and just look for it and see what we get. Class D amplifier braid. This is literally the exact same board from SparkFun, only it has round edges. Damn it. This is what I already ordered. This is all I seem to be getting. It just doesn't have any branding on it. 48 ohms, 3 watts. Holy shit. We're gonna have this is gonna be a little weird, huh? 9 dB gain coming out of this thing. Yeah, we're gonna have to add stuff to it. Hey man, if you wanna hang out, you should check out the Discord. All right, I need an analog to digital converter. Is it so hard to find such a thing in life as an analog to digital, not a digital to analog? What direction is this going in? Are we fully featured I2S stereo digital to analog converter? Damn it! What I'm doing here is something very specific, chat. I don't need your help. I'm just showing the process. And the process got derailed a little bit today because my digital to analog converter, sorry, my analog to digital converter, the thing that I ordered, in order to do the first part of this very simple process is the wrong part. It's not going to do stuff, right? It's not going to do stuff properly. You're cruising for a bruising, buddy. You jerk. So I found the wrong part, but part of what we do here is make mistakes. I make mistakes. I make mistakes almost primarily. It's almost my number one purpose in life. And so we'll get through this. We'll be all right. But we're in a bit of a slog. And I know engineers and technical minded people solve problems. They love solving problems. I got to show a bit of the process of why we do what we do and how we do what we do. And I also need to kind of just like flail. I need to make mistakes because it's more interesting when we do. So what we're doing right now is, I mean, this is like a very simple thing, right? This is like a very simple thing. I have audio in, audio out from the Elliott Sound Project's board that I've previously built. You know, I had this printed. I have it on a printed circuit board and it works perfectly. It's been doing my lapel mic for a long time. But we've got the output and the input plugged in on a breadboard right now. So I can plug into this right here and get all that working. We're trying to filter my lapel microphone so that it sounds like this lapel microphone sounds right now. That would be with the help of VST plugins that are digitally filtering my audio. And we tried to do this in analog. We tried to do all the EQ filtering in analog. I didn't even get to the compressor. I didn't even get there. What we found is that the analog methods of doing this require too much current. And so now I need to figure out how to do this digitally, because all the digital stuff is going to use less current, and we can build all these filters with math. So what I was going to do is put a D to A and an A to D on this thing. Boop. And then we might have been able to look at the digital signal as it flew around the board, right? Codec. Yeah, maybe codec. That might be the search term that I'm missing. But I don't know if this stuff has like, yeah, they got Wave OGG players. I saw something fly by for a minute there. I mean, this is the Wave OGG player. I don't know. I think I just need to get away from these websites. I think maybe they just don't have that particular part. But we got one more to look. We got one more to look at. All right. We are going to look at pololu. Pololu. Pololu is interesting in that they've got less stuff, but it's cooler stuff, and it's more hardcore stuff. If you're building a robot, this would be my first stop. Because, I mean, man, there's just so much good stuff on here. So I'm looking for... What do we got? I mean, sensors? It would be an audio sensor, but there's an entire section for audio, so let's look at that. No. MP3? No. Not quite. All right, maybe they won't have anything. It's not Rojas! Oh my god! So let's look at the whole site and just see if there's anything I2S on here. How do I search pololu? There we go. I2S. Stepper motor driver. Yeah, okay, so they don't got nothing. So I need like an I2S ADC breakout board. Let's just see what's popular, or what pops. PMD way? I don't know about you, PMD way. 60-bit ADC breakout board. Looks familiar, but I don't think... PCM 1802 I2S stereo. ADS 1115. This is the board that I ordered. VS something or other would work. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, there's plenty of choices around here. Wait, ADS 11010. Man, I really feel like I have this board sitting around somewhere. Precision continuously self-calibrating A to D. Yeah, and I think it's for instrumentation, right? Yeah, I2C compatible. See, it's taken I2C, I2S, and it's confusing it for I2C, and that's why I'm getting the results that I don't want. I don't know what PMD way is anyway. 8-channel ADC. Yeah, we're getting all kinds of weird results. This is unfortunate. 1256, 24-bit, 8-channel ADC. They're all like 8 and 12 and a billion channels. Yeah. This is going to be the opposite direction. Yeah. Man, they really like that opposite direction, don't they? But I'm trying to capture it at like a high resolution, too. Working generic I2S ADC. Forums PJRC. It's circling all the way back around to... What do we got? PCM 1803A. I'm wondering if... I don't think I ordered bare chips. This is the one that we were looking at before. High performance, low cost, single chip, stereo, A to D. Delta Sigma. Master and slave modes. PCM suitable for a wide variety of cost-sensitive consumer applications. Operation for a 5-volt analog supply and a 3.3-volt digital supply are required. What? I guess this just does both. Yeah. Dual power supplies. Wow. Just what I wanted is added complexity. 20 pins SOP. Well, see if we can find a breakout board for just this thing. I'm gonna look for a breakout board. Hello. Where were you during retired product? God damn it. I don't care. What do you have that does this then? Why is this retired? What have you done? Please add an output for the master clock oscillator. Well, instead they just stopped selling it. Retrieved through a serial interface called I2S, described in the datasheet below. Amazing! What technology that I can't fucking find any... Okay, back. It's dead. But the thing about dead SparkFun boards is that there are other producers of the same stuff. So you can end up actually finding what you're looking for through other people's things. Now this would be... This one's digital to analog, right? Yeah, decoder, not an encoder. It's hard to find the direction we're looking for. PIM 422, data conversion IC. I mean, it looks cute, but I don't think it's the right thing. Yeah, that's so weird. 3678. It's just all the searches are for the opposite direction. I guess people want to make like MP3 players and stuff. Biting Bits, thank you for following. I2S interface, no M-clock support, built-in digital to analog. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for A to D. It's just weird that it just doesn't operate in the right direction. There's evaluation modules are a, by the way, breakout board versus evaluation board. An evaluation board is something that's sold to like a big company that has a lot of money. And so you'll get like, oh, our $2 chip, here's a $300 board so that you can learn how to use it. So you got to be careful about that kind of stuff when you look through these. All right, so I need to find the right thing. I don't know. Why are they calling it Boost? What is this specific board? 595 Boost DAC, and it is only $30. $30. That's ridiculous. Data conversion, though. I don't know if that's the right thing. There's always a Maxim product that does what you want, right? Analog to digital MUX breakout for Arduino. No. And like these microcontrollers are not audio devices, so digital to analog, SparkFun Electronics audio interface for the teensy. I don't like it. I might have to. Distributors. Well, we can use the teensy in order to create an audio signal if we want today, as something to do with the unfortunately face-planted stream for today. So this is an audio interface, which means in and out, which is what we were talking about earlier. 16-bit, 44.1 kilohertz sample rate audio, huh? Uncompressed WAV and RAW. 4 channels, which I don't need. 3.5 millimeter audio jack, which I also don't need. So let's do in and out. What's the chip? 500. Yeah, it's a codec. So it does both. Is Maxim now analog? Maxim chips do friggin' everything, man. They're expensive, but they do everything. Simplified application. Where's my data sheet? There's going to be 1,000 data sheets here, right? Nope, just one. NXP semiconductor. What do we do? Low power stereo codec with headphone amp. Everybody wants to be in an MP3 player, huh? What's that one? I haven't searched Amazon yet, so yeah, that might be... What's with all the toys on it? Wait. A to D, D to A converter, module, analog digital, low... I2C bus, though. Yeah. Might not be what we're looking for. There's, oh man, the Amazon's choice in audio amplifiers is literally the chip that we already looked at, that I have literally bought this product, and it's under a different listing, but it's for 3 of these. 3 of these. 16-byte 4-channel I2C digital to analog PGA blah 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 blah. High precision ADC. This is Amazon's choice for audio, which is not the right choice at all. It's a bad choice. Oh man. HiLetGo makes fake chips? Well, from what I understand, you know, we have the breakout board. This is the board you were talking about earlier. Okay. It took a little walk around the park to get here. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna have to. Maybe I'll have to get something like this in order to run this. Darn. Darn. Darn, 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 darn. Do not connect HPV ground to system. Oh my god. Okay. What does this thing do? I've got droning in the background, by the way. The leaf blower guys, I don't know if they do laps or what they do, but the hovercraft races. Integrated products currently on the market, able to achieve ultra low power. Everybody wants to be an MP3 player, it seems. Blah, 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 blah. PLL system costs. ADC, 85 decibel signal to noise. What was the other one was 95. Which is better, high or low? I don't know. VDDA's 1.8 volts. Capless design. I don't even know what that means. VDDA 1.8 16 ohm load. DAC to headphone. So this would replace both boards, and I could just put this in there as a means by which to digitize this into I2S and send it over to the FPGA, and then have the FPGA communicate back to this thing. Yeah, don't cross the beams. So that'd be a one-chip solution. So, I mean, I guess we could probably play with this. I would have to buy it, and then I'd have to figure out... I mean, there's plenty of stuff on how to connect it to the teensy, I'm sure. It looks like I gotta close the window one sec, because otherwise they're gonna blast a bunch of leaf debris into my 3D printer. Oh my god. I heard they made regional finals of the hovercraft races. You guys can probably hear that outside. Oh god, it's two-stroke fuel. Oh my god. That was a pure two-stroke that I just breathed in. Ooh, and I got a muscle cramp on the way back. That's always nice. Thanks, diabetes. All right. My calf almost rolled up. My calf runneth over. Yeah, $14.95 directly from SparkFun. All right. I'll probably have to end up using that then. This would be the Teensy 3 audio shield. I hate to buy like a whole shield though. I'd rather have individual modules that I can plug into here. But I don't know. I guess I can plug this into the perf board. Cause yeah, Noisy Cricket, IQ Audio, codec, prop shield. It really looks like this is like the best thing that I can find, huh? And that you guys can find too, to suggest for me to use. What's the power consumption of the chip? Good question. Well, if it also has the amplifier on it for the headphones, then it's probably going to be consuming quite a bit. Let's see. 62 milliwatts. What is its running current? Well, let's look at the specs here. We're going down here. That's the pinouts. Here we go. Volts, volts, volts. Volts, peak to peak. Volts, nanoseconds. dB, kiloohms. Do we have to calculate it? We might have to calculate the current consumption of this thing. Nanoseconds, nanoseconds. Man, they are hiding that. Milliamp is going to be all over the data sheet. Nah. Idle. Nothing about idle current consumption. Okay. That would be obnoxious if this thing is actually a lot more current hungry than we think. It's designed for lower voltage applications, though. So this will run at 3.3 volts. So I'll need to find a good 3v3 regulator. I think I have one. I think I have a really good one that I can put in here. Maximum digital voltage, 1.98 volts. Yeah, they're not giving me current consumption anywhere, huh? All right. All right. Well, after all that, we should probably work on burn the subs, huh? Yeah, I'm going to run everything on phantom power. The FPGA board is like, it consumes like a millivolt. And then I'll just have to put a good regulator on it. That's so weird that I'm not finding any information about the current consumption of this thing. And you'd think, because everybody's so desperate about being in an MP3 player, that they'd let you know so you can figure out your current consumption for battery power. Although I guess it all depends on the application and what it's doing. Like, yeah, maybe there's milliwatts. Hold on, I was looking through for amps. I don't know if I saw milliwatts. Degrees C, volts, volts, volts. I'm just looking at the units right now. Peak to peak, kiloohms, decibels, RMS voltage, milliwatt. 17 milliwatts. But that's specifically for the I2S DAC headphone with a 16 ohm load. So, yeah, each individual section, I guess, gets its own 10, 17, 1. That's a line in input level. That's an RMS voltage, derp. RMS, 58 milliwatts for the DAC headphone out. Well, everything is like, that's actually a lot, to be honest. But it's all in watts. I don't know. I'd have to figure out. Well, 3.3 volts, 58 milliwatts, right? Oh, that PC health thing put itself onto this computer. Forums are saying 16 milliamps. Well, that's, I mean, we've got, ooh, if that thing's using 16, then we can't use it. Because I got 10 to play with. So 3.3. I'm not going to do this on air. I'm not going to do milliwatt calculations on air. If that thing is using up 16 milliamps, that's too much for us. We have 10. We have 10 milliamps to play with. We have 10. So, but that's probably when it's driving something, right? I can't test it without buying it. But yeah, the I can buy it and I can hook it up and then use it and then put it on the multimeter or on the adjustable power supply, and that'll tell me how much current is being used by it. But I don't think you get the FPGA under 10 when it's doing stuff. tinyfpga.com DX. DX guide. Oh no, that doesn't have. Where are the specs? Where do I find the specifications for this thing? That is bobbity ba. That's reviews. I got a current specification from this thing somewhere. Because I think at 5 volts, it uses up like 1 milliamp or something like that. I don't remember where I found these specs. Oh my God. There's so much information. There we go. I guess that's the oscillator, huh? 1.3 milliamps active. Guide will help you with BX, programming USB, 8 megabit fish, KiCad project. Oh boy. I don't know. I'll have to see. Yeah. 250 micro at idle. Oh, somebody did. Is this for the ADC from PJRC? Yeah, even their lowest, just running with no audio, 40 milliamps. I trust Paul Stoffergan. He's a good guy. He makes a lot of cool stuff. So, all right, why not have any current to run anything at all? That audio codec is not going to fit under my current requirements, huh? What's this? Is this the tiny FPGA for the actual chip itself? Oh my god, it's huge. Yeah, flexible logic device. On-chip locking, blah, 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 blah. Okay, devices, 380, 40 nanometer CMOS, low power. Low power. Oh my god, FPGAs are so weird. This datasheet is so weird. It gets into nitty-gritty like immediately. It's like I want general specs. I guess that's up here. 21 microamp standby. Hmm. 40 milliamps for the teensy and then 56 with the audio board. Okay. Well, that's 16 is, yeah, 16 is unfortunately too much for us. We have like no current at all. I don't want to have to build a power supply for this thing. I want to just run it off of phantom power. But it looks like we might not be able to. It looks like the digital stuff is not really going to help us out. That's really annoying. I'm very annoyed. Advanced 40 nanometer low power process is all I can get up here. Do they have? They probably have Schmidt trigger inputs 200 millivolt hysteresis. Broad range of package options. Giant table of boring values. Yeah, I know, unfortunately. I have to go all the way into section 3 in order to find it. Why don't you guys just stream for a little while, hmm? Leakage. Leakage is bad. Power supply, 21 microamps. So as down here, the overall core power supply, 296 microamps. Oh my god, peak startup supply, current. I don't even know which one of these friggin' devices oh my god. 7 milliamps, 6 milliamps, 15 milliamps. We have like 10 to play with because we put two 4 milliamp op amp circuits on it and it killed us. So like for the 8K, so for the 8K, we have 8 milliamps for the bank power supply alone. How does this fucking add up? Oh my god, this is killing me. Let's see. System operating conditions, single-ended DC characteristics. Oh my god. This is ridiculous. This is so, like, dependent on application, isn't it? Like an FPGAs, man. I don't know. 200 millivolts. Plus minus 10 microamps is the input current. Recommended operating conditions. 450 plus 10 microamps for the input current for the 2S differential output buffer. I don't even know what any of this means. This is what I'm talking about. FPGAs are like a different class entirely of device. They are complicated. They are advanced. They do a lot of cool stuff, and they're hard to like sort of break the surface of. This is essentially like what we need. What we need is, and I think a lot of people and tiny FPGAs among these, among us. Part of what I think is needed in the FPGA realm of electronics is your Arduino to come into the scene and go, hey, what if we take all this bullshit and we sweep it under the carpet and we just make a device that you could sit down and actually start programming and doing stuff with. FPGAs are fundamentally more complicated than I think that can solve, but it seems like we need something on that level, because with microcontrollers, they seemed a lot like the stuff that we're looking at right now. They felt the same way, where you're like, I want to make my project smart. I'm going to put a microcontroller in it. And so you go out and you buy a microcontroller, and you look at all the specs, and you're like, what the fuck is going on? There's stuff about like, oh, you have to put this bit here, and here's this special function, and this we built this into the thing in order to do timing synchronization between. You're like, well, I just wanna make an LED blink so that people on the internet can lord their skills over me and think that I'm less of a person for making an LED blink. And so you get caught in the weeds, and you're unable to get to the point where you're comfortable using that technology in order to do applications. I feel like we're getting caught in the weeds here. We're not talking about overall performances. They're talking about one little tiny feature in the thing that they want to highlight and giving me some specifications. So I'm getting trickle-fed the information, and I'm not seeing the forest for the trees. What the Arduino did is it came into the scene and said, here's a thing that you can sit down in an afternoon and you can get code on it and it'll do stuff. Now let's talk about all the limitations of what you can do with that. And it would gradually bring you into the world after hooking you with that ease of use. That's really important. So this stuff, this FPGA stuff, unfortunately, fundamentally, an FPGA is a bunch of hardware that acts like software. It's a bunch of hardware in a trench coat acting like software. And that's really where all the complexity is. I don't know if there's something that can come along the scene and act like the Arduino of FPGAs, but I think certainly Tiny FPGA is trying that. And that's why I would like to use it for this project. I don't know if this is going to be too much current consumption for this project. We unfortunately have quite a small amount of current that we can actually use. What an analogy. Yeah, man. So FPGAs are extremely heavy computational devices, and they're very, very effective at what they do. They're not a microcontroller replacement necessarily. And they do stuff very, very well and very quickly. They would be great for shuffling all those bits around so I could get fairly complicated filtration code into the FPGA, and I'd have a certain number of gates that would just naturally do the work of the VSTs inside of the FPGA. But, big but, look at all them buts. Unfortunately, it may not work. It may not work. Might be too current heavy. Now, because what I found a number and I decided to roll with it, and that's all I found. And it turns out that's the low power MEMS oscillator only, which is unfortunate. Tiny FPGA current consumption. README master consumes 1.3 milliamps when active. I feel like Google and I came up with the same wrong number. So my work research group had a couple questions regarding power consumption. Using a lattice data sheet for low power operations, still have leading questions. Using the PLL to generate a 3.1 milliamp. Oh, he's trying to go below 3.1 milliamps. Draws 1.3 second. Is there any way of disabling the 16 megahertz clock? That draws 1.3 milliamps. See, that it's like that's where the numbers are coming from. They're coming from like people's questions. I feel like we're still in the singular milliamps, but we don't have a lot to spare. We have very little to spare. I mean, like, I can plug this thing in and see what kind of current it draws, but it's not doing any work. That's what everybody in chat's been saying, is that, like, as soon as you get it to actually do stuff, that's when it's going to start consume. That's when it's going to start actually using up that current. Never just look at the big text answers in the Google search. Yeah. Does this help? Probably not. You guys are throwing links at me, and I can't just, like, click everything you guys send. Is this something else? I don't even know what this is. Breakout board from Lattice. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm just not getting numbers out of anything here. You know, one of the ways that they broke, oh, what was it called? What was it called? Shit. There's a PIC microcontroller method of, a PIC microcontroller had a method of turning your car remote signal into keeloq. Keeloq was a system of encrypting your remote button press in order to unlock your car. And every keeloq device had its own secret key. And I mean its own secret key in that every keeloq device had the same secret key. And so hackers, university hackers, took a PIC microcontroller that was running keeloq, because you can't, like, when you lock a PIC microcontroller, it's like exceedingly difficult to get it to unlock. Like, you digitally lock these. That's why a lot of places will use the PIC microcontroller, because it's so incredibly difficult to get software back out of when you lock this one bit. As an aside, there are some Scandinavian researchers that figured that if you bounce a laser off a specific part of the chip, you can unlock that bit by just optically hitting that part of the chip. Anyway, the PIC microcontroller, really good at keeping its secrets. However, what they did in order to get keeloq, in order to get that key and be able to unlock, like, everything, like, your car remote is not that secure. I think modern ones probably are, but what they did is they took that microcontroller, plugged it in through a 1 ohm resistor, and so V equals IR. They could measure the voltage of that resistor on an oscilloscope, and they could get a very clear look at how much current that microcontroller was using. What they did is they were able to break down the sequence of the microcontroller starting up, doing its job, sending the keeloq code. And they were able to see the current consumption vary as it was processing the keeloq bits. And they were able to decode that into the numerical sequence of the secret keeloq key. And so at that moment, everything became insecure for car remotes and stuff. You have to do a man-in-the-middle attack, and you can do a man-in-the-middle attack, and you can get the over-the-air signal, decode it, mix it with the manufacturer's secret code, because there's a keeloq secret code and a manufacturer's secret code, and then the remote secret code, you can find out where it is on the sequence of the rounds, the number of rounds that the code goes through, and then you can send their car a signal as if it were their remote, but it was thousands of sequences later in what's called the round, which is a variation of each signal would be varied by a number, and if that number was too far ahead or behind, it would ignore it. And you could set somebody's car to ignore their own locking fob, and they would have to sit there and press a button, and I think it was theoretically until the heat death of the universe because of the delay between you hitting the button. So you could sit there and you could hit the button for the next 30 years and you would not be able to unlock your car because the car goes, you're way out of sequence, you're not the right thing. You're definitely an attacker. And you're like, I need to get in my car. Pretty cool stuff with, you know, heavily advanced power kind of stuff and like monitoring current. Weird stuff. I wanted to do a stream about that specifically, but yeah. I just don't get why we don't get a straightforward answer, and I think the reason is what brought me on to the keeloq explanation, is that as this thing is doing its job, it is using a highly variable amount of current. And so in order for them to give us a current consumption, they're like, well, it's a complicated answer. And I'm just like, how much do I need to give this thing in order to run it properly? Glitch hack. Cut off power to the chip. when it does the security bit check. So hackers broke the Xbox 360 security to the JTAG. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I cherished my copy of MechWarrior 4. Toy math examples provided with 2 8-bit counters and multiplied together. Hardware uses the IC breakout port. Oh my god. So is he trying to give us like an answer, or is this for other testing? Minimally functional FPGA can consume as little as 151 microwatts. See, the problem is it's very difficult for me to sit here and read this kind of stuff. I'm not good at school. You guys should know that. Especially from the frustration of people in chat. Like, yeah, man. So sitting here and reading these things, it's like so boring. Not getting easily bored is only an advantage when you're doing stuff like streaming. So RGB driver takes 280 microamps. Enabling pull up. I don't know, man. It's tough to get an answer on this kind of stuff. I'm feeling a little bit more hopeful though. It seems like these do not use that much current, right? Code running and clock frequency influence power consumption, but adding all the numbers in a row together, you'll get a ballpark figure. Does this already have them all? No, that's voltage. I don't know. Because we have 10 milliamps. Do you realize how little current that is? I thought if we kept it real tight, we would be able to actually get in under that amount. Slow clock is 10 kilohertz. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, guys. I would very much like to get this thing running so that I can test this stuff out. I mean, just in general, getting FPGA audio to work is something it's an alternate goal, and I'm trying to kind of shoehorn it into this. I'm getting it to like just kind of shoehorning it into this project, right? So that I can learn the things that I want to learn for other stuff. I wanted to actually work on like an FPGA voice changer because I think that would be a fairly interesting project to do, and we could have fun with that. We could have you know, make weird stuff with audio interface by introducing weird filters. This is sort of like a tack onto that, something to add to that knowledge base. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, Jantic. But the thing is, right now, the setup that we have is designed to run off of phantom power. So if we run out of current, we're going to do that like immediately. Numbers in our microamps, yeah. Wait, but I think the table that I was looking at specifically said voltage, whatever. But yeah, if we're talking, I mean, if that whole thing is in hundreds of microamps, then I think I'm a little hopeful, actually, which is kind of feels sickening. Yeah, I'm a little hopeful that it might actually work. But it seems like I need to find a better digital to analog converter, because the one that we found, the one that seems to do everything we want it to do, might take up 16 milliamps, which is too much. And then my analog, sorry, the A to D, analog to digital, that we found for the for the teensy, might take up too much current, depending on the application, again. And the digital to analog converter will definitely take up too much current, depending on the application. But yeah. What happens if you don't have enough current? What's the alternative solution? Plugging it into my mixer and fiddling with it until it sounds okay. And just getting it as close as possible. I mean, I would really like if my specific types of filters could be built into that Rodecaster Pro, but they're not. The alternative to an EQ is the Aphex audio filters, which don't really, they do like aural enhancer and the bass boost, and that's not exactly what I'm looking for. I'm looking for, you know, tuning of my audio. And then the compressor is in the Rodecaster as a noise gate. And I don't know why everybody is like, I don't know why everybody loves noise gates, but in my application, like, clicking noises can sometimes get through a noise gate. Like, I don't know. I'd rather get this in there, but Sigma Delta DAX straight from the FPGA pins. Yeah, right. And I'm made of money. Yeah, I mean, that would be the alternate to the alternate, is to build a higher current phantom power. And then I don't know what are the Rodecaster phantom power specs. Oops. Because we're running off of the Focusrite 2i2, which is a USB device, and it only gives us 10 milliamps to run with. I don't think I'm gonna get. I don't think I'm gonna get the to engage phantom power. I don't think I'm gonna get a quick answer on that. So I don't know. I don't know if there's a difference between the amount of phantom power between the Focusrite and the Rodecaster Pro. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, making my own phantom supply that plugs in with the Rodecaster. I guess that's one of the solutions. But if I'm making my own phantom power supply, then I might as well just make the EQ as a line level voltage device that has its own plug. That's another plug in the back of the setup, you know? And I'll just keep this amp the way that it is, and then I'll get, I guess I'll receive the differential signal and filter it. Oh boy. That's a lot of work, isn't it? That's a lot of work. Of course, then I could do all the analog filtering that I want and make it into my own little box, but it's another box. I wanted it to be like a nice little solution here. So this is all taking on a new direction, huh? Well, yeah, one of the, and what Fat was talking about, one of the solutions that I think Elliott Sound did is to have his own phantom power supply that's able to draw a little bit, you're able to get a little bit more current out of it. Which is a little dangerous for a performer, but... Did he only did 100? 100 it would be, yeah, 100 would be quite a bit better. Right. Well, I need to figure out the direction of this project now, and I don't know where it's going. So let's just do some 3D design as a result. I'll just do that for a little bit. Look, the analog stuff is like moderately easy compared to the rest of this stuff. I don't know why you guys treat me like a baby when you think that I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just closing it all. Let's open up Fusion. Fusion 360. Let's stop looking at my hot end. Done. All right, so let's boot up Fusion, because we need to put finishing touches on that thing, and we've already worked on it a little bit. I mean, we're getting close to this thing, so. Like, I figure if I'm building a separate analog device, I might as well make it like a rack unit or something crazy like that. Everybody kind of wants me to do crazy stuff, and I kind of want to do crazy stuff too, because I'm feeling a little crazy. But I would love to do like a tube amp or something crazy like that. I could probably utilize those VU meters that I have, even though those aren't anything special. They're like pieces of dumpy plastic. Why are you starting up? Go away. All right, so let's take a look at what I'm calling the hot end, but it really is just the cart that holds all the laser stuff. And we got to get this stuff ready for 3D printing tomorrow. So I need to 3D print this thing tomorrow. So far, what we've designed is something to hold up my laser to grip the shaft ever so diligently and lightly that it can get all the heat from the laser process. Now, this is a line laser. It's just a red line laser that I bought for real cheap. Yeah, I want the warm sound of a hot tube. The problem is I'm gonna sneeze on it and it all explodes, whatever. But I mean, I guess I could make something that sits on top of the mixer and has VU meters on it, and then I don't really need to, though. I don't know. It's silly, right? I mean, I should be able to get the sound that I want to get out of the Rodecaster. They should be completely capable of creating the EQ and the compressor that I want in my microphone out of that board. They just haven't done anything like with it. They haven't updated the software in any way that allows us to have everybody, a lot of people have been clamoring for them to put some kind of an EQ in there. But they're like, but we put Aphex on board. And it's like, guys, we don't need an aural enhancer in order to make weird tones out of our voice. We need to do an EQ. That's all we want. And there probably already is a system of EQ because you can select your specific, of course, Rode product microphone in their menus in order to get that microphone to sound right and have the right, phantom power and all that stuff. So I'm a little frustrated with Rode because they've got such a powerful tool that they're not fully utilizing. Anyway, so in Fusion 360, I have modeled this bracket. This bracket is to hold up a rail for just like an automation system kind of thing, right? A rail with a bearing on it, which is unfortunate because these rails, the other components in that motion system I was going to put towards my circular saw so that I can cut the 2020 rail better. But listen, man, I'm not getting into that kind of a project. Hacking the firmware on the Rodecaster? Are you kidding me? That's crazy. That's insane. I wish we got more leaks from companies like that than all of the code that went into the GTA collection, right? We get all the code and developers notes from some stupid video game, and we never get cool code for like what if Rygal accidentally leaked all their source code for the oscilloscopes? That would be so freaking cool. We never get that. I mean, we never get to have any cool stuff. All right, anyway, so the laser cart, right? This thing we need to suspend over a linear bearing and have it move back and forth. This is a bracket for a linear bearing, and it's holding on to this little laser diode carriage. I have other laser diode carriages that are a little larger, but I think I'm probably going to end up using one of these. I can dissect this thing. I can pull the laser part out because there's a control PCB, and then there's the laser. So lasers, laser diodes are particularly sensitive diodes. They are current devices. So what happens is with a diode, when you give it voltage and you start increasing that voltage part by part by part, like volt by volt, right? You're increasing that voltage, it will only allow a certain amount to go through. You're not gonna be using a lot of voltage until a particular point where everything pops off. Once it pops off, once you get enough volts on there, it will allow infinite amps to run through. It'll just conduct. The problem is that diode material has maybe a tiny little bit of resistance to it. And if you start pushing the amps up to where it's happy, it heats up because V equals IR, whatever. It heats up and then explodes. With the diode, that particular voltage, as long as it's above the voltage where it's conducting, doesn't really matter. It's the amount of current that you're putting through the silicon substrate that will dictate the performance of the diode, I guess, in a way. So with an LED, you have a voltage drop. And that's essentially what this thing is an LED. You have a voltage drop across the thing. As long as you're above that, it doesn't care. The current is the important factor. If you go over that current, it'll overheat and explode and die. If you go under that current, it won't have enough energy to release light. So what we have in there is a current-controlled driver. They're not that complicated, but they can be. And so the one that we're running in this thing, I put aside and I lost. Where did it go? Where'd that friggin' board go? There it is. The one we're running in this thing is a fairly common board. You can find these all over the place. But this one is specifically noted that it is a TTL driver. And so this has a separate plugged input for a 5 volt on and off signal. So when 5 volts gets to this board, it actually turns the laser off. When 0 volts is on the board, it'll turn the laser on. I think it's reversed like that. And that's adjustable with this little potentiometer right there. In addition to that, this has a current controlled driver on it, what is adjustable through the other potentiometer, the one that's one of those really annoying ones. So yeah, the current control of this thing is very important. This is just specifically for a laser diode. This is what's been running the board for the past 2.6 years. If you guys don't know, this board on my wall, Burn the Subs, it is an automated laser etching system for the names of subscribers. It is not currently functional. If you didn't catch my drift on that, that is not functional because we're still designing some of the parts for this thing. So what we're doing is we're trying to make the thing that's going to suspend the laser over top of the board, hopefully at a good distance. I think I can focus it, as well as hold all of the stuff and my circuit board that I just showed off, which is really annoying. The stream before last that we did on Burn the Subs, I actually made part of this circuit board model. It's just a model. It's not the real thing. It's only a model. Man, that was annoying because that broke Fusion 360 in many kind of unique ways that I didn't anticipate. However, I've finished the model, and so we have a physical stand-in for the board in virtual space. So now I know where those holes are for these standoffs, and I can project them onto the solids down below. So this is going to be our cart for holding the laser. I don't think it looks good, but whatever. It'll be functional. So we need a couple different details in this. I need to have the holes that are going to screw down into the linear slide, the linear bearing that's going to make that up. And I don't know if I need to clearance these at all. I think I can leave that alone. I need the Beppis, otherwise my throats will be dry. My throat. I only have one. I'm not a lizard person. Not yet. But I mean, we need to come in here and we need to like smooth stuff out and make it look a little bit professional and all that stuff. We can do a little bit of a number on this thing. Now, I've never really messed around with using meshes or what are these things? They're whatever mesh system they have in this. Yet. Dun dun dun. Yeah, but I want to round some of these corners out and make them work a little bit better. And then we need to project holes onto this solid up here. I've not had good luck with the hole tool as of late. My hole tool as of late has not been as functional as I would like to be. So we need to just sort of like single out what the screws are going to be on this thing. I think maybe I want to use tapered screws on this. I think that might be a good idea. If I use the tapered screws that have the little hex keys on them, and then that will keep this thing from wobbling. I think the taper of the screw will provide us with like that horizontal friction, the horizontal press in that I want to get out of this so that it stays put and my laser stays at, the same spot at all times. Now I've gapped these posts a little bit so that whatever screw I put on this with a big washer on top will press down on the whole thing and hold it together. And there's no tapers or anything like that on that. So that could maybe, if the friction interface isn't enough on that, it could potentially wobble. That could be a problem. But I think the way that this is going to print flat on the print bed, these posts do not have a chance in hell of being actually round. They're going to be a little bit bloated, and so I'll file down the bottoms, and then they'll press in tightly. Capiche? Yeah, Beppis. I'm not sponsored. I'm not sponsored, so I'm not going to show it that much. One day I'll get that Pepsi sponsor. And then I think the circuit board is just going to get held up by posts. I think that'll be out of everything's way. So if we just chuck a couple posts in here, I think that'll hold it up just fine. Drag chain mount, I think, is probably good. Hopefully. I don't know. We won't really know until we test it, but I think there's enough mechanical stability in the thickness of the material here that that'll be able to hold up the wiring for me. So yeah, let's get some screw holes on this thing. How thick? It's got a thickness for it. I think it's 3. Yeah, this is gonna get 3D printed here. Let's see. Doot. Yeah, 3mm thick. So it's 3mm. Obviously these are decorative holes, and they're not going to do anything particularly mechanical for this. They should be gapped to the same distance on both sides. That might just be a visual thing. Yeah, I think they're about even. We did all the measuring and stuff. Yeah, in PETG, I think it'll be strong enough. Push comes to shove, I mean, it's not like I don't have plenty of room to, you know, give it a little support post or something like that, but I think we'll be okay. So yeah, let's get the holes in the bottom of this thing, and I can get this thing, like, final prep for 3D printing. Where is that going to be? I guess I should start a new sketch on this surface. Because if I do it on this surface, then I can use the hole tool in order to create the tapered fasteners and, you know, cut out a hole for tapered fasteners on the top here. Copper bond wires so that when you use nitric acid to delid them, the wires get dissolved. Ha! Yeah, maybe that's why they bought that X-ray machine, huh? All right. Nice, what is it called again? Orthographic view. What I need to do here is project a couple hoops onto this thing. So I am going to unview the bodies. Well, just the ones that I need. That one. No, that is, what? That was, okay. The body's got all like rearranged because all this stuff was happening. You see, these screws are going to overlap a little bit. I'll just have to make a hole. I'll have to make a special hole for them. The overlapping doesn't have to happen. You know, I could move these screws forward a little bit, get them a little bit more evenly there, and I could make this solid come back a little bit less. But they're not going to be that big of a deal if I can get them in. I don't think I need to actually linish back anything in order to get this to work. So what I'm going to do, well, I actually need one of the fasteners too. Luckily, I've got the bin of them sitting right here. This is what I was going to do on Wednesday, by the way. This is what I was going to do off air. At least this is a little bit more visual and I can plow forward with this. We had a lot of people come in. A lot of people, like more than usual, come in because I had audio in the title. And that's nice. It's nice to get a lot of new people in here. Unfortunately, I couldn't go forward with audio because it's cursed. My A to D was not the right thing. It sucks though, because I really wanted to get it all going on the oscilloscope so that you can see what's happening. God, Gareth. Just because I said I'm not a lizard man doesn't mean that I'm telling the truth. I don't know. Attracts a special crowd. Yeah. Well, people love audio, and I would love to exist inside the realm of digital audio. I actually am probably going to be getting a Euro rack soon, so we'll have plenty of stuff to play with on that. I'm not rushing anything, but all right. So this screw is how many units of wideness? I think these are 3mm. Exist inside my phone. Oh my god. Yeah, 3mm. These are 3mm fasteners. So let us get the. I'd rather not be in your heart. It's a very chaotic place. Ever been to the Franklin Institute in Philadelphia? You can walk through the heart. Little kids pee in it. So, all right. So we're in the sketch editing tools, right? If I hit P for project, speaking of, I can just grab any circle. I'm just going to grab any circle I can because I will use the center points of those circles, not the circle itself. It's got hypertension. Oh my god, the blood pressure. Ah! There you go. Okay, so I'm going to project those 4 circles onto my surface. Yeah, the Franklin Institute in Philadelphia has a giant heart that you can walk through. Oh, the Mutter Museum is amazing. Or wait, how are you supposed to pronounce that? Mutter? Yeah, the Mutter Museum is absolutely incredible. I have a plushie from the Mutter Museum sitting right over here. And what this represents is the largest colon but they put a face on it. They put a little face on it. This is a plushie of somebody's colon. It's a neck pillow. That's in the middle. That's in the middle of the motor museum. Mutter. I don't know. It's got an umlaut, but yeah, it's the size of a small car. It's the size of a small car. All right. They pulled that out of somebody's body. This is going to be a little bit of a problem, isn't it? The clearance. So how big is the top of the screw head? 6 millimeters. So actually, I think what I need to do is make some 6 millimeter circles around here and cut those upwards. And then we'll use the tapered screw tool in order to put the holes at the bottom. Like I said, I wanted to use tapers because the side wall effect or whatever of the countersunk screw, we're not just doing it to look good, right? The countersunk screw is actually going to hold this thing stably horizontally instead of just, I mean, the pressure from the screw going down is a lot, but sometimes, you know, with this kind of stuff, you can get a little wiggly wobbly. So I need to get back to the sketch that I was working on. Really? They built that the heart in 1963? Oh wait, we are in the sketch tool. What the fuck? All right, anyway. Okay, in the sketch tool apparently. So I'm going to make 6 millimeter holes around these things. Or circles rather. Just circles. Just circles. We don't sell anything else here. We just sell circles. And these will be as, I guess, small as possible, or as close to the surface as possible, because I mean, we've got only so much taper and so much thread in these actual fasteners. Yeah, see, it's gonna cut into this a little bit, and I'll just have to clearance it for that. I mean, that's not that big of a deal, but it's just, yeah, we can't do it otherwise. So it's gonna cut into both the front and the back, and then this will cover over the screw a little bit. Which, you know, hey, that's fine. That's fine. It's just, I mean, sure, if I really wanted to go crazy designing this thing, I could probably do it so that none of this stuff would interfere with each other. But I gotta get this done, so I might as well just do it this way. What do you guys think? I don't care. I don't care what you think. All right. So I hit E for extrude, and it finished the sketch for me. But if I hit escape, it puts me back into... Anyway, finish sketch, and now we're ready to extrude. So I'm going to unview, which one? This guy right here. Yeah, get rid of that. And now I've got a clearance all the way up. So extrude, dish, 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 and dish. I just want to cut it all away. This file is going to be an absolute mess. I wasn't really that careful when I put it together. And just do that. There we go. Now I've cored out an area where all my screws are going to fit. Beautiful. It's paper mache. Well, I think they've refurbished it a couple times, right? And there's actually a They Might Be Giants song, because apparently somebody at the museum knew, I don't know, like the producer or just one of the professionals that They Might Be Giants works with, and requested a song. So there's a song about, oh, I forget. I think it's about blood that's performed by They Might Be Giants for the Franklin Institute. It's really cool. I think you'd probably find a YouTube video of that somewhere. I like TMBG. All right, let's see here. So we need screws. We need our hole tool. Our hole tool has a bunch of different options on it. We want the tapered ones. I want the tapered ones. So we want tapered. We don't care what the tap type is. We want just smooth bore holes on 3D printed stuff. Plus, I mean, we actually do want to clearance that. And then the drill point does not matter. So instead of distance, we're doing all. That shouldn't cut components. I don't think it will. We want 4 of each thing. And then right now, why are they going? Oh yeah, they're absolutely ridiculous in their shape. So, all right, so our top thing is 6 millimeters. I already measured that one. I remember that. 6 millimeters. The screw bore is 3, but I don't want them to make a pressure fit contact. So it's actually, and it's not 5. I love how it just assumes the screw that I want to use. The screw is probably more like 3.2 if we want it to be like a slide fit, you know? So 3.2, 6 millimeters, and then the taper for these, I can't tell if it's 90 degrees or not. It's difficult for me to figure out whether or not it's 90 degrees. Here's the screw. That look close enough to 90 degrees? Oh yeah, that's 90 degrees. Look at that. See, it's pointing right towards the center dot. On my inch square, is that actually, wait, is that an inch or is that, I think this thing is in inches. Yeah, it's in inches. These are metric. Okay, so are all the metric tapers automatically 90 degrees? And Imperial's 82. Why do they do this to us? Can't we do anything normal? America? God damn it. What Imperial systems of measurements, man? What did you do to us, England? Like, it's just gonna be like some degrees. I don't know. Fuck it. Just choose any number and then let's get to the pub. You guys fucked up all of our measurement systems. I don't know if it is 90. That looks kind of 82, doesn't it? Nah, maybe it is. Maybe I'm just doing it weird. All right, so we'll keep it at 90, 6 millimeter top, 3.2 millimeter, and that's it. Bam. And so what that's going to do is at those points, it's going to just create our little tapered screw holes. Oops. I don't want to look at that sketch. There we go. So, I mean, it's a little clunky, but it at least gets the job done. That'll hold everything together nicely. And then if I gap those holes, it won't allow that thing to move around very much. That's what they did to us for leaving them. They're like, we're going to call this sport soccer. And then they were like, we have independence now. Oh, yeah, you guys are playing soccer over there. That's nice. That's that British game that they brought over here. Cool. Well, we're going to play that a little bit. And then England goes absolutely fucking psycho and with the rest of Europe about soccer. And they start calling it football. And then now we, for some reason, as Americans, have to sit on the internet and have people with their noses pushed up at us go, why do you guys call it soccer? You know, it's actually called footy tooty. And we're like, that's your name. You called it that. Like, the fuck? We didn't do anything. Drives me nuts. We can't have nice things because you guys are dumb. I'm wondering if I want like another support in the middle here. I mean, these are primarily supported on this angle here, which I guess that's fine. I guess we don't really need much. We don't need much. No, don't you even get started with aluminum with me, because it's aluminum was the original material, and then aluminum was something that everybody called it. Aluminium came along, which has a bunch of extra consonants in it that are totally unnecessary to the word. I don't call it platinium, all right? Yeah. yeah. They also renamed columbinum to niobium. Oh, dear God. Japanese word for what we call a capacitor is condenser. Does that condensation, I don't know if that describes it a little better. Went to buy snacks and came back to be verbally abused. Yeah, we don't have enough English-speaking people here to really give them the piss. Take the piss? What are we doing with piss? I don't understand. All right, let's see. How do I make this not look like shit, chat? We're taking or giving piss. I can't keep track anymore. We should project the holes from the circuit board onto this sketch right here. I was literally just making a joke. It's okay, chat. It's all right. It's okay. Don't worry about me. I'll be all right. Blame the Germans who call it condensator. Condensator! Yes. The signal. Oh, no, that's the wrong accent. The signal's looking a little bit noisy. You need a condensator! Screaming in a busy office. Let's get these holes. Whoa, that's not good. All right, let's move our circuit board forwards a little bit, I guess. Move. Copy. Move, copy. Oh, we're still in sketch mode. Hold on, wait a sec. Finish the sketch. Let's go for a top-down view. And let's do that in ortho mode so we don't have to worry about perspective weirdness. See how everything changes there? Beautiful. God, this board sucks. I hate this circuit board. It really is difficult to design around. We don't need all your projection bother. Where's the laser output of this thing? Laser output is on the same side as the TTL input, which are the two at the bottom there. I love how this is clipping in. It really is just like a very generic size form that I tried to put together. Now, I guess I could twist it 90 degrees. I didn't design the TTL board. No, I just made that. I made that circuit board in Fusion just so that I had something that resembles. This thing is from eBay. It's just a very simple board. So I could twist this 90 degrees and then this thing would look a little bit more like distributed, right? I mean, this is going to block stuff no matter what, so we might as well just relish in it. So yeah, let's move this, and I'm just going to do, not bodies. It always wants to select bodies. I want components. Take this, and we'll rotate it 90. And then I can move it forwards or backwards. I get it closer to the laser, further away from the laser. I could make it interfere with those circuit board holes, or I could just kind of like lazily center this and have it like that. I think that's probably a good spot for it, and then I'll kind of center it on these two. It'd be nice if I could actually center it, and I can if I use the right tools, but I'm just lazily moving this thing around. It's only going to sit on the two posts anyway. I mean, if I mount it at exactly the same height as the rest of this, that'll help the 3D print a little bit. And then I could probably use like washers to get it above the level where the pins stick through. Or I could just make the taller standoffs. I'll probably just make the taller standoffs. So we'll just have two posts that come up and meet this. Excuse me, with enough of a gap that I can use the laptop screws to hold it all down. Should we trust in the components that I've put in here and that these will have exactly that height? So if I keep that at that distance, that'll be a good little standoff. All right, see how it is. See how it is, chat. Just gonna be like that. I think this will be okay. I mean, the board is really light. It's not really gonna move around that much. I don't need to put like an additional post up to it. And if I did, I would have to probably, well, actually the bottom of this thing is kind of pleasantly flat. So maybe I could put a third post up to it in order to just keep it stable so it doesn't like wobble, but it can wobble. It can VPO wobble. Yeah, I think this is okay. All right, I'm gonna call it on that position, even though it's a little bit off. That little bit off is gonna bother the hell out of all of us, so I'm gonna leave it. Yeah, this board, if I could, I mean, I can find a smaller laser driver board. I could probably find one that fits in there, but I'm gonna stick with what I got because we're not gonna overcomplicate everything, you know? So I think that position is all right. So I'll go back to my sketch, and I'll take these two holes. God damn it. What I need to do is all that movement that I just did is not locked in. All right, Copper, thanks for hanging out, man. All that movement that I did is not back here when all the components came in. It's all the way up here in the timeline. So if I lock in the position and then I go to edit this sketch exists at that point in the timeline, which means my circuit board is not in the right place. So all that movement that I just did, I need to do back here instead of up here. Because if I lock that position in, now I need to actually delete that step. And so we've undone all that movement that we just did. Oh well, I can double click on this step here, and now all this stuff is in, but I can't see any of the 3D print stuff that I wanted to see. Pretty annoying, but it's just, that's how this works. That's how this program works. It's a timeline. This program works in a timeline. So what I'll do, I have an idea of how I can do this. So you do all your position and movement commands from within this step of the timeline. Yeah, it's just the way it works. It makes sense when you start thinking about things in the way that Fusion 360 does its timeline. You think, all right, I'm altering this here, and I want this to happen after all this stuff has been put into place or designed or, you know, whatever. In this case, I don't need the solids to necessarily figure out where this thing is going to be in position. If I did need the solids, then I would do it all the way up here, which is after I've sort of pseudo finished all the solids. But yeah, let's I sound like Odo talking about killing everybody. But yeah. Anyway, select the center of the board. I'm going to turn it 90 degrees. Now I can actually use, can I use a range to do from here to there? Well, now it's centered, and all I need to do is float it up to the right position. So I'll click OK on that, and then I'll do another move tool on it. Now all the stuff that I'm doing here is basically gonna condense into one step of just me moving this thing around into place. So bring this up. And I'm gonna bring it up to the point where these clearance the solid down here. So now that's actually centered on the cart, which I guess is good. I guess that's good. It gets a little close to our fasteners there, so we might need to move it backwards a little bit. But let's see where it ends up. So I click finish, and now it's going to go through all the steps to create everything. And that's where we are. That's where we are on the timeline. I'm probably going to need to move this back a little bit because the posts are going to interfere with these screws. Yeah, so let me move it back just a little bit. I don't know how to get that to be centered on this without having it move all over the place. I guess I can measure. I can inspect from here to... Is it going to highlight a center point for me? No. Oh, wait. There to there. And I need to show... No, I need XYZ on that. I need to get the point that is the center of that circle. Let's see if I can do that measurement. I would be interested to know how I need to move it. I think if I hold Alt... No. Control? No. I thought it was Alt. But it's not... Yeah, it's not letting me highlight that. I'd have to create the point that is the center. Darn. This is the thing that's going to hold up the laser for Burn the Subs, which is my wall-mounted laser etching table, what is designed to burn the names of subscribers of the channel onto itself. It's art making itself. And so this is like a slight technology update of the board, and I'm trying to like get the hardware locked in so that things don't move around and we can't blame hardware on the shortcomings of the board. Because before we had an issue with names wandering around, and I want to nip that one in the bud. All right, so let's just move it like loosely into place. I guess I'll go back to this step. Move, select the center. Boop, 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 boop. Close enough? Close enough. I would love it if, I mean, I could do like a construction line between these in a sketch, and then I could move the center of that construction line to the center of this face of the cart, and then my screw holes would be exactly. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't need to be this crazy with the thing. I think if we've got a general clearance up here, and then I have room for the posts over here, we'll be in good shape. So let's finish the orientation there. Now. Post holes. It's a post holer. It's designed to hold posts. The fasteners that I would use they were 3mm, weren't they? They were part of the laptop screw kit. What are the specs on these? Maybe I'll just reuse these. What are the specs? That one would be 2.5. So what is it, 2.2 down here or something? 2.3? 2.2. So we'll do posts with a 2.2 hole, and then the top, should it be just the size of the screw head? It should be a little smaller than the screw head, or a little larger rather. What is this diameter? This diameter is 4.5. Is 4.5 clearance? I'm gonna have trouble with those screw heads here. Yeah, 4.5 clears just fine. That'll hold the top of the circuit board. So we'll do posts that are 5 millimeters wide, going all the way down with a hole in them that is 2.2 millimeters, and they don't need to go all the way down through. The hole doesn't need to go through the whole thing, right? So this is a couple parts that are gonna get 3D printed that are gonna hold the laser for my etching machine. Let's go back to sketch 5, and now that we've operated within the timeline appropriately, why isn't it letting me go into sketch 5? What's going on here? Double click, double click, double click. Oh, because I have the ruler tool out. One tool to rule them all. Okay, that one is there. So now the TTL laser driver is in the right position. And it's centered, at least on that part. So what I can do is use the project tool in the sketch to take this hole and this hole, click OK, and now I've got the center of those holes, and I can never look at that again. So let's make a 5 millimeter post for both of these, and then the inside of it is 2.2. We get a nice thick post. I need to find generative ways to make patterns, because I was thinking like I could make like a hexagonal like post grid inside here, like make just like a kind of like an infill pattern on that part in order to just kind of fill in the difference and make it have volume. It doesn't need volume, but you know, I was just thinking about that for more plastic and more stability. I don't know how to do that in Fusion though. I don't know how to make like a pattern, which would be, you know, man, that would be a nice thing to be able to do. I'll have to crack that egg at some point. Wait, those are 6. Did we put 6 millimeters in there for those? I'll have to double check. All right, that's all we need out of that sketch. Yeah, looks like I did. If they're cut out properly, that means I did it right. Yeah. Okay, so extruding, we're extruding this, and our distance is going to be to our object. So I need to view this thing again. Distance to object, and we're going up to here. Ta-da! And that would be an addition with a join. And I'm just in case, I'm gonna unview any of the solids that aren't supposed to be joined, just in case. All right, since this is a component, it automatically doesn't join. All right, so we've got, oh, those are sketches. View all that. So we've got pretty much our design down pat. This is what I'm gonna be printing for everything. Now, as the print gets up to the top of these posts, it's going to get hotter and hotter. So I'm going to have trouble printing these properly. I'm going to kind of melt down a little bit. So maybe I'll need to print out a couple of these at once. And I'm a little worried about this getting just like broken off. We'll see how it goes though. I mean, it should be okay. I should be able to print that with not too much interference on it. I could add, you know, like structure to kind of like support them a little better. I don't really need it. This thing doesn't need to survive a car wreck, you know? This is just gonna be up on my wall, just wibbling around all over the place. Sharp angles. The other thing that I could possibly do is try to reduce the number of sharp angles that this thing has, but remember that the print bed is this surface right here. And then on this one, it doesn't matter. But on this one, the print bed is right there. I might just want to like retain all of the hard angles that this thing has. Yeah, maybe I can, when it gets up to the top of this, I wonder if I can slow it down a little bit and have it park and then come back. I don't know. But you want to tune that to have the good adhesion. I think the easiest way for me to do it is just to put a bunch of stuff up on the bed at once and just do it all. I don't know if these will, yeah, those will do the same. So I could smooth things out a little bit. Eh. Dwell time, yeah. The term condenser dates back to the 1780s because of the increased density of electric power. Huh. Also the possibility by analogy with the recently invented Watt steam engine. Ah, Monsieur Watt. What? The term was finally replaced with capacitor in the 1930s to 50s. Interesting. Yeah, the derivation of language and all that kind of stuff is very, very crazy stuff. I don't know if I need to do anything else to this. No, my 3D printer does not have a part cooling fan because I work in PETG and I'm lazy and I've never fixed it and I've never needed to because working in PETG has allowed me to just kind of like print stuff. Ew, I don't know. I don't think I like that. I mean, that's probably fine, just doing that. And maybe I can clean that up a little bit. Ugh. 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 It's disgusting. It's disgusting and I hate it. Nah, I guess that's all right. It's just a little sloppy, isn't it? Well, let's keep it. Let's keep it because I hate it. This is when I add all the cursed stuff to the design. Try to make it look modern and it ends up just looking over chamfered. That'll add strength, I tell myself as I ruin my part. Ew. Ew, it's got like lumps on it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna leave it in. I'm not gonna soften these up either. Those will stay like that because it'll look like crap on the 3D printer if I let it do those. I could do the bottoms. Oh god, this is too cursed. This is too cursed. Oh, disgusting. Oh no. No, I think I'll leave these as posts. And if I need to do any strengthening of them, I'll put like a wall in there or something like that. I don't know. Put like a wall or anything. I don't know. Fusion doesn't do patterns as well, from what I know. I'll have to learn how to do. Like I could draw a bunch of hex. I could draw a hex grid, but it'll slow it down significantly. Yeah, just put hot snot in there. Hot snot gussets. Yeah, what about the web function? I've never had that really. Create. No, cancel. Create. There's like a web. But it asks for a curve. I have no idea what to do with this tool. I have to look up tutorials on how to do this stuff because it would be kind of cool. I mean, the really cool thing that I would love to do is what is FDM or something like that? That like new feature that does like spider web patterns depending on the mechanical tolerances that you need out of the part. That would make a really cool looking hot end for the laser. But all this stuff is going to get covered over by a circuit board. So when I was on Cosmo Quest X's Hangout-a-thon, the other professional 3D printers were talking about all of those wonderful features, and I'm just like, I'm never gonna use that. Like, man, I hate 3D printers. Like, what am I gonna do with like iterative, like functional super design, blah blah blah? No, man. Generative, yeah. Yeah, generative is like super expensive if you don't have the license that I already have. But what does web even do? Like, it's looking for a curve and a flip direction. I don't know if this works because like the picture of the button looks like a thing inside of a box. It looks like a little like a thing inside of a box, right? Degenerative design. That's about right. Rib does the same thing. It looks for a curve and a thickness. I think they're broken. I think those buttons are broken. I would think I would be able to identify the inside of a solid and say, hey, can you design like a web for this? And it would be like, yeah, man, I got you. But I don't know. I don't know. So I don't know. I don't know if I need anything else on this. If I really wanted to, I could put like 4 posts on the base of those to kind of give them like a plastic bolster. But again, they're just holding up like an extremely light circuit board. I mean, I feel plugging stuff into the board and unplugging stuff from the board. Those would be the times that this is stressed out the most. But those are 5mm posts, so they should have plenty of strength. And if they break, we'll find out, I guess, on Thursday. I mean, I could, you know, chamfer. Just give them a big old block, big old triangle block that they come up to. Nah. If anything, I'll draw 4 circles on the points of this thing and extrude them upwards, and then smooth out the tops so they look like rocket boosters. But I don't really think I need anything like that in this design at this point. I think this will be fine. I think it'll be just fine. We got 3mm to go down there with those. Those have about how far? So from here to here, yeah, 1.6. That'll be plenty of threads down there to hold this thing together. And then I've got the 4 screws there. There's not really much I can do with this. I chamfered it a little bit, or sorry, filleted it a little bit. And I guess I could draw it back in over here, but that's going to interfere with this. So I should probably just leave that alone. What happens if I try? I think it'll break almost immediately. Oh no, it actually works just fine. Oh, that's interesting. Cancel. So if I wanted to, I guess I could add a little bit of material right here. Here, and then I'm glad that doesn't break. There and there. Probably just do something like subtle. I guess. I don't know. I don't know, because it can't really reciprocate over here. I can't really do it on the other side, so it doesn't really strike me as being even. I'll just leave it there. It's more plastic, right? Yeah, doing the web using a sketch of lines. That's what I did in the past, is I would measure the distances to the like hexagonal shapes, but that slowed everything down a lot. I did that on a computer project so that I could sort of round out the look of that hex grid so that everything would look like hexagons, which was cool and it looked really nice, but it slows down the program. It's in a weird way. It's very annoying. I'm wondering if I should have used angles instead of curves there. It looks terrible. It looks really bad, but it's a functional print, and it'll have this hideous circuit board sitting on top of it anyway. This is where you'd like go to the design department and be like, I don't feel good about this. It looks like shit. And they're like, okay, we'll do a bunch of edits on this to make it look fancy. But I think this will do. I think this will do. I think this is 3D printable at this point. God, it looks like shit. It looks really bad. The only issue that I'm gonna have with the 3D print is these posts right here. These 2 front posts are gonna be really annoying. And then do I make it red, or do I print it in black, or do I print it in purple? Purple's out of the question though. All of the 3D printed parts on Burn the Subs have been red so far. So it's red, anodized black, and wood. Red does mean it works faster, so that might be the one to work with. So the art department would look down on you and tell you that you're just too dumb to understand it. Look, if you made this out of concrete and put it in a brutalist art museum, and it was the size of a person, you know, maybe you could sell it for an NFT and buy yourself an NFT. If I did lower this down, I could have this part sit on that, but then this is conductive, so I may want to make just a little bolster at the front there, just like a little nub. I could add like a post to the front here. Take a screenshot. 10 out of 10 would right click. How dare you? You son of a bitch. Delete that message. Delete it. I love that. People getting all... are all of them fake? All the people who are getting hot under the collar about people right-clicking NFTs? Because that's so comedic to me. You know, people getting bent out of shape about stuff on the internet is like a time-honored tradition. Should I have two little posts or like a little wide post up front that's going to meet the circuit board? And I think I probably should, because that way we get 3 points of contact. And if I press down on the front of the circuit board, I don't end up shorting my contacts against this thing. Now we know that the bottom of this is mostly flat, so I shouldn't have any trouble putting a little post on it. So yeah, let me do that. Do we put it on this sketch? Do we just add another sketch? This is a cursed drawing. I'll add another sketch here. Oh no, it's part of the old one. So in order to find the center of this thing, I'm going to need a construction line across the middle. And then now I can create a center rectangle. And I can make this, let's just do like, really 2.1? How large is this post? Wait a minute. Oh, I did the wrong objects. That's why. All my measurements were off. NFT piracy. Who's enforcing that? Hey, officer, I made up this thing called an NFT, and I need you to arrest this guy because he stole it. That's not the center point, is it? Ooh, am I going to have to, like... I'm going to have to specialty snap this? No, wait, it is. There it goes. It highlighted. It was hard to see. All right, so make it a not construction, and then we're going out to here, and then we're making it, I don't know, somewhere in the order of the middle of the board. It doesn't have to span the whole thing. We'll just make it like 12 millimeter. 12 by 3. Just like that. Finish that. And then let me go down to, it's going to be hard to find. Is it going to highlight it? No. I need to like, there it is. Grab it like that. And then I'm going to go, now if I just extrude this, it shouldn't interfere with anything unless it gets into, no, it doesn't. Okay, yeah, that shouldn't interfere with anything. So if I extrude it and then I go to object and I go to here, which is already based on the height of the circuit board, and I'm going to join, now I have this, what the fuck? Wait a minute. Where did this extra material come from? Oh, I didn't get the whole thing. Let's get that. So I need to unview my MGNH12 cart, because there's a part of that cart split my solid, and now I need to somehow tell the program that I want the thing on the sketch and not all these other faces that it seems to be finding. Hello? 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 Oh my god. Oh my god. It's like, oh, you want that? There's usually a way to get the highlight on this. Please. Please. Stop it. It just doesn't want me to do it. Wow, that's crazy that it's not letting me just select. Oh, you know what? Because I'm in the wrong. That was it. I wasn't in the tool. All right, so now that I'm in the tool, do everything again. Now this should look a little bit better. Oop, there we go. All right, so now we've got our 3 points of contact for the circuit board. So when I screw that thing in, it'll be held down against here. So it's not like if I plug something into it, I'm not gonna like crush it in one direction. Probably should have something in the back too, but I don't really want to design anything coming off of this. So I'll just have that. I'll deal with the 3 points of contact. Because yeah, I probably should have something back here to meet up with this area. I don't think I'm going to do that though. And the way it's mounted currently is just like hanging on standoffs, as the other one was. Because I'm going to plug stuff into it, and when I do, I'll have to hold the board and then unplug stuff. Only one connector goes back here, and then I've got 2 that go all the way up to the front too. And one of them has that extra little PCB on it where I've got a jumper because there's a ground loop. Wow, my arm feels sunburnt. There's a jumper because there's a ground loop if I plug my computer into the board. like when we manually move it around and mess around with stuff, it creates a ground loop that causes the laser to be on constantly, which is bad. It's bad. It's like really bad because it puts a bunch of bad lines into everything. All right. I think that's the cart. I think we finished this. Now the iterative part of this design is going to come about when I go to print it and all the dimensions are wrong, and I'll have to remeasure everything. I think the component parts that we pulled into this are pretty good. This is going to print in a couple parts. So we're going to have basically all these bodies, right? So we're going to have the base of everything, which is going to be a bit of a complicated part to print, but everything was designed sort of ground up except for these posts. Those posts will have a little bit of support material on them, so the bottom part of the posts are going to be kind of cursed. I should be able to do something about that. I'll be able to like file it down, create an actual round post out of it. Then the posts in the middle here are another particularly frustrating thing in that when they print, there will only be this solid, and this solid going down as the printer moves from thing to thing. I may have to print multiple of this base piece in order for it to come through properly. And then finally, these posts are going to be a difficult thing for the printer to get exactly right. I mean, they're not going to be perfect squares, and if they are only just a little bit of a textured nub, that should be fine. But again, these have to support the weight of the entire x-axis, and they have to be flicked back and forth with incredible inertia in order to create all of the wonderful usernames on my board. So they have to deal with a little bit of force. PETG is very strong layer by layer, so we should be able to get away with this, I hope. The only thing that I'm really concerned about is that the printer is going to start picking up boogers and depositing them all over the place when it gets to, you know, these layers versus this solid versus this post. But I'll play it by ear, and I'll do my Wednesday of printing. You guys can check out the Discord, during which I will be bitching about all of the stuff that goes wrong when I print all this stuff. So the only easy part to print is really going to be this right here. This thing is made so straightforward. It's just beautiful. It's like a wonderful 3D printable part. There's nothing too complicated. Nothing in the design of it is too much for the printer to handle. That thing will print perfectly. The only thing that I may have to do is a little bit of pushing and pulling in Fusion in order to get it to, in order to get there to be just a little bit of clearance between these posts and this part. Actually, I should do that right now, to be honest. So this one right here, this and this front and back right here, I need to press pull that. This, I don't know if it actually won't know the direction well. So if I take this and I press pull it, I mean, basically I could just take it into this, right? Too far. Just like that. I don't know how to make it exactly. I think that's fine. All right, okay, do that there. See, the problem is it's leaving little bits that I don't need. Here, wait, we can actually just get that distance. I can just measure that. Actually, 0.354 is not the distance that I need. I need this to this, not along a taper. So 0.251. Oh, there's actually a panel where I can do that? Okay, yeah, let me see. Show on the prawn. Press pull. This one. Offset type. No. Oh, I see. Are you trying to get me to do that? Ugh! Oh, cool. Oh, that's a cool feature. Hey. Hey, it's nice. Hey, look at that. Look at that. Look at that little guy right there. All right, so press pull this one, boop. And yeah, you can actually measure that. Just, hold on. Come on, give me the edge. Give me the edge. Damn it. Give me the edge. I guess I could just do the face. Yeah, there we go. Okay. That's cool. Yeah, and that punches the number in for me. Yeah, that's much better. The only issue is that now that this body possibly could rattle around up and down a little bit, but there should be enough pressure from the screws that it's not going to do that. It probably wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't download a car. I could taper in the sides. Nah, it's not really gonna open up this. That's just gonna be the way it is. Ah, everything is highlighted. Man, this thing looks like an ugly piece of shit, and I love it. Yeah, this is the laser cart. made to specification as fast as possible and with all kinds of weird shit on it. Yeah, it's like I would absolutely download a car. Like, I wouldn't even think about that. I actually did once. I think there was a leak from, like, BMW design files that I downloaded at one point. I think it was like many gigabytes of data, though. All right, so we got a thing. We got a thing going on. Look at us. Look at us. We got a thing. So I will get to printing this tomorrow. Oh yeah, you can see how cursed the design process has been. Actually, wait, I need to view all that objects before it actually looks like something. Stop it! Yeah, this is the weird process of building everything up. Oh, now we can't see anything happening. This is the stuff we did today. All these little tweaks and chamfers and stuff to just try to make it look a little bit more like a thing. This is a little cursed right here. Just a little cursed. I don't know what to do with that. That whole block in could probably be, I don't know, I could angle that and press pull that in so that it's flush, but we don't need to. We'll just leave it alone. Excuse me. I hope that wasn't audible. It's a spaceship. It's flying. Rounded corners for better layer adhesion. Nah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I think. I think it'll be fine. All right. I'll try to print this as close to this as we've got and try to get it so that on Thursday we can just build things. Yeah, I need more. No. I need those cool looking vents. Those aeronautical vents that they put on stuff. I can't type around my soda. I forget what they're called. It's literally none of these. It's especially not leggings or shoes. It's leggings and everything is leggings and shoes. What is going on here? Whatever that is. It's like a nebulizer. Well, these guys. That's what I'm talking about. Something like that. Yeah, the NACA duct. NACA duct. NACA duct. Yeah, these things. I need more of these things all over the design. What are these even designed to do? Because I've seen them facing both directions. I guess they just take fast air and they get more of it. See that? They're facing both directions. Look at this guy's especially into them. Same with this guy. Anyway, I'm done for the day. Thank you guys for hanging out. Unfortunately, we screwed up with the D to A stuff. My D to A wasn't quite the right specifications, which I'm frustrated about. I'm gonna have to go a little bit back to the drawing board on that one and figure out where we're gonna go with that, because that I think is the only way we're gonna get the analog audio stuff running properly and filtered properly. And then, you know, push comes to shove, I might have to build my own custom thing for the lav mics, which I didn't want to do. I didn't want to like make an extra box. But if it comes to that, I guess I'll do it, you know? I'll do it. Don't you dare me. I'll do it. And I'll make it have its own power supply and stuff like that. I just didn't want to have to make something that the lav mics have to plug into in order to work properly. That's where it's going, though. That seems to be where it's coming to. I don't know. Language in my brain was broken down at the beginning of the day, and it's still absolutely terrible. So thank you guys for hanging out. Hey, and following too. I appreciate the follows and the subs. You guys are great. I think I'm gonna opt out of rating anybody. You guys go check out Cosmo Quest X. They might even be, are they streaming now? I'm not sure. I'm not looking at Twitch right now. Everybody go check out Cosmo Quest X because they raided today and they are awesome. Very good channel on Twitch. Cool stuff. Space is always cool. We all agree. We already know this. They're not on right now. Okay. Yeah, well, anyway, check them out when you get a chance. And until then, you guys disperse, go wherever you want. I'm going to be back, not tomorrow. I'll be back on Thursday. Tom Thinks just started up. Hey, there we go. Yeah, you guys go check out some of that stuff around Twitch, right? And I'm going to just pass out. And then when I wake up again, I'll start streaming. No, I'm not on tomorrow. I'm on Thursday. We're going to be doing the board because that's all we got. Thank you guys for hanging out. Yeah, thank you for the end card. Check me out on social media and whatnot. I haven't posted anything on Twitter in like 5 years.